No, no, I wasn't muted. Sorry for the pop. Hopefully I don't have chili in my beard. I did the full 9 yards again. This is like the third lunch in a row that I've done chili over spaghetti. And there's like a lot of beans in the chili. And I did sour cream this time, which wasn't a great idea with the spaghetti on there. But what that means is that mild lactose intolerance coupled with a shit ton of beans, probably gonna give me the toots today. So if you see me muting and like adjusting my seat, you'll know what's going on. I don't need to candy coat any of this. You're all adults, according to Twitch. Oh, hold on, I'm gonna cough. All season I've had a post-nasal drip, and it's caused me to have this terrible cough. That's just like, it's just nothing. I'm not doing anything, right? It's not really a productive cough. It's raining cats and dogs out, too. I got a reason to stay in. I got the fan position on me so I don't overheat. Actually, I think it paused in raining for now. Sorry, it'll be back. It always comes back. Ooh, getting a little chilly out there. Hopefully I can get some of that cold air in here. Let's see. I don't think I need the Dremel anymore for now. Put that case away. Kind of clear the floors in this area a little bit. I broke down the flatulent gonad package. Sorry, the turbonad package. So he's not getting my turbonads. Or rather, my stuff isn't getting to the turbonad. Beans! That's right. So many beans. Thinking about those beans. All right. Neighbor's dog is barking, I can hear. I'm gonna be dog sitting over Easter weekend. So I gotta get this battery, this car remote thing done so I can return it to my friend. And then he'll shove his dog in my face and then I'll keep it for the weekend. I'm not around on Saturday. I'm not gonna be here on Saturday, so no stream. I'm not sure if I'll make it up to you guys or not yet. I might. We'll see. We'll see. Hopefully I have it in me. But yeah, I did do a lot of work over the weekend capturing some new sound stuff for when I use that other mixer. So I'm ready for the stream that I want to do. I can't. What is our policy on doing the OK sign? I'll just do this. But yeah, I'm ready for the stream. I just need to do the software part of the stream, which means running the game and applying the mods. There's like 10 billion mods. Yeah, I was just saying I broke down the package that I was going to send you. Now I've got all these gears and stuff that I was going to send you. And the pedals, if I ever need a foot pedal for something. Here, check out the pedals in the state that they're in right now. I think my near field over here is I know, I gotta, unfortunately, I want to do something special for the next game stream, and it takes a little bit of work, and it's not work that I normally do, and I've just been trying to farm motivation to do it, you know? So, Genesis Waffle, how you doing? 12 months. Hell yeah, dude. Thank you for the prime. That's a prime. That's a good one, man. Genesis Waffle, I really appreciate that. Happy my Zoom meeting slowed so I can catch a stream live. You're damn right, you owe it to me. You owe it to me, you owe me. Yeah, I know. Motivation is not something to ever rely on. It's kind of something I rely on for the game streams. It's not something I rely on for these tech streams. The tech streams, I do not rely on motivation. I force myself to work on stuff and then find motivation within the project. But yeah, so I'm sitting on my office chair right now. This works. This always works. I need to tie it down so it doesn't come towards me, because it does come towards me a little bit. So that also needs to move back a little bit, because on the modern BMWs, you can see this right here. This little thing right here. Oh, this is actually a little far forward too. I need to push that back. This little piece right here is so that your foot doesn't get caught on the brake pedal. So this brake pedal, or the gas pedal, actually goes in just a little bit, which means I need to move this floor. I need to move the clutch down a little bit, but this is with the new spring, a new big spring, so that I can actually rest my foot on it. So I'm putting a little weight into it right now. But then if I push it down, it feels like a real clutch. So I think we got just about the right 18 kilogram number out of this. It still feels very light, but it feels deliberate, and that's the important part. So that's deliberate. The brake pedal, the pièce de résistance for the brake pedal is that this brake pedal only needs 2 pounds of force to get to the maximum 50 kilograms right here, just because of the kinematics, right? We calculated all this. So 2 pounds of force into this moment arm can put 18 kilograms up here. Now, I'm not sure how much I believe that, but I had to put a backstop on it so it wouldn't bend the aluminum bracket that I have up here holding the load cell. So this pushes only about this far before it hits the backing. And you can kind of feel it, but not really. And then there's a big scraping noise from all of the adhesive up here. So I need to work on this foam and make it a little less crunchy. But because I added a metal bar right here, you guys can hear me okay, right? I'm not too quiet next to the music. The music's a little hardcore, so it's about 75% of my volume. I'm God. Yes, I already know this. Tell me something new. I'm good. Okay, you can hear me clearly over the music, but you can still hear the music. I haven't taken a listen in a long time, so. Adding drama. Ah! Okay, so anyway, this bar is just a leftover axle. It's just like an Amazon, you can buy these hardened like axles for stepper motors and printers and stuff. So I bought one of those a long time ago. I have a ton of these things sitting in the wings. So it's just like, yeah, I'll just use one of those because I don't have a lot of room between these pedals. I need to make sure that the clutch has fully clear motion on it. The brake pedal doesn't really move, but now I can put my weight into this. Watch it brake. I can put my weight into this, like I'm sitting at a stop sign, and nothing moves. Nothing moves. I mean, yeah, the whole thing moves a little bit, but that's me pressing against my butt. That's my butt skin that's actually causing this to move like that. So this is really good. This pretty much stabilizes it. On the up end, by the way, the rod is, you guys can't really see it, but it's just, oh yeah, you can. It's just wedged in between some of the aluminum strengthening ribs up here. So I don't think it's anytime soon going to be breaking that aluminum, but we'll just end up in the Oh Bother Heath kit. Sorry, it's gonna be erector set, just because I get to say erect a lot. But yeah, it works. This all works. I need to move the gas pedal away a little bit. I need to even the clutch and the brakes. And then I need to, I mean, I do wish that these bars right here, this one and this one, were more standard. Like if I could take the average of these two and have two even pieces, then my footrest would be a little bit behind the clutch, which is where it is on the actual car. But like that's ready to be tuned. So we'll get to that once we do a little bit of spot welding. Oh boy, I can already feel my body processing the chili that I ate. Why is the gut biome so happy with beans? So many beans. We made like a 12 bean chili. It was a crime. It was a crime against chili. But it's food and it was cheap, so. But yeah, this feels like driving a car, except for the fact that the brake pedal doesn't have as much squish as my real car. Like in my real car, my brake pedal kind of like squishes down a little bit, but this doesn't. This feels more like a race car because it's just immediate full braking. And I think I can be subtle on the brakes, hopefully with the system, but it's gonna be the difference between this and that. This and that. Ugh. I might need to look at a compression cell. It depends, because like that bracket up there is bending. So I need to figure out how close to the limit I am on the load cell. The clutch feels perfect. I couldn't be happier with it. I need to get that wire out of the way. I'm gonna cut the wire by accident. Well, I'm cutting the cheese. I'm cutting muffins. right, sitting normally without the wedge pillow, I can go stoplight, first gear. Let's imagine that I'm holding the shifter, click, click. And then we take off the brake, rev the motor a little bit, ease out the clutch. And then I'm second gear, third gear, then I'm cruising. And then brake, going through a turn, and then we have an accident. Heel toe, no, wait, no. Yeah, no, that's good. That's pretty good. That feels good. Anyway, get this out of the way. That'll come back when we get to the tuning part. Here, I'll just shift it over there. All that mess has been attached to my desk chair for a while. All right. There we go. Beats 12 meat chili. I know, right? I don't know. Could I get 12 meats around here? So pork, chicken, cow. Pork, chicken, cow. I mean, I could do shrimp. We're gonna have to get to 12. We got to do shrimp. Venison. Yeah, you can get buffalo. I could order crocodile or gator. I forget which one it is. Fried gator. I love fried gator. God, if we go to Peru, guinea pig. We need 4 more. Bacon is the same meat, although we'll probably still use it, but that's not a new meat. That's still pork. Chicken, it's gotta be, you gotta go to chicken. Chicken doesn't, I mean. Squirrel, oh, rabbit, yeah, that's a good one. Rabbit's actually delicious. We need 1 more. I know, the bacon salad. So many bacons. Turkey bacon. Turkey bacon, that's it. No, I'm not counting different cuts of bacon. I don't know if I can get elk. It's a waste of elk. Is elk good? I've never had elk. I've had a lot of weird meats in my day. I could do like squid. Ah, what is this really chewy one? Squid. An octopus. That's just outright. That's getting a little bit. That doesn't really work in chili. Elk tastes like moose. I have no idea. We've gotten kind of to the more hardcore part of the song. I hope it eases off and becomes a little bit more wallpapery. But I didn't make the mix, and the mix wasn't made for me, so we just got a deal. We just got a deal. It's intense. It's kind of intense. Trying to make a little room here. Make a little room for an ant to hide. Nature's candy in my hand, or can, or pie. This is the part that I made. I literally cooked it up yesterday, and there's absolutely no engineering behind it at all. It's just made to look good. And I got rid of the bar on the bottom because that allows it to be inserted onto the rail and then actually have the twisty rail mount actually like close, because I was putting a little hole for I was putting a little notch in it so it would stay on the frame rail, right? But the problem with that is that the little twist locking things, they rely on a little bit of that opening. So I was getting rid of that, and they were just spinning at the bottom, and this wouldn't get tight. So I got rid of that part, which means the force coming down on this angle mostly is vectoring down into the very strong frame rail, but a little bit of it wants to push this thing out that way. And so there's an M4 bolt that goes to the top, and then it's squished down to the bottom, and hopefully the force of friction between the bottom here and the anodized aluminum rail is enough to keep all that in check. And it appears to be, because when I put my weight into the braking, everything is super stable. Like the amount of flexure that I got originally versus with the bar is just off the charts. It's just completely different from one another. So pretty happy with that. We're just gonna kind of scoot this stuff out of the way so I can work with a little bit of spot welding. We're gonna send some sparks flying today. That should be interesting. I need to find a couple of the parts for this spot welding kit that I got for $75. Ugh. You can get these cheaper, but I got one that was a little bit more full-featured so that I could really play with this. Need to order more elk. Yes, elk man, I would like more elk, please. Yes, I shall go source some elk. So that is literally what you do. I have a friend who sources a lot of venison. I should get some from him. Make some jerky. Deer jerky. Depends on what websites you go to, what kind of a response you get to those words. All right, let me see here. What am I looking for? I'm looking for the sheet metal that came with this kit. There's like a little baggie of just sheet metal that you can use to practice spot welding. I don't know what happened to it. That's the problem. So I gotta start searching around. Oh, it looks like those bolts are loose. Okay, no. Sorry, moving the pedals out of the way. I'm looking in this corner here. Here, you guys can somewhat observe my my madness. These are the extra parts for the spot welder. Kind of a cool mix. I like this. Unless FK Productions is actually in chat, in which case I hate this. This is the worst thing I've ever heard. I'm never listening to this again. It's absolutely awful music, and it should be shamed. It should be shamed publicly. Well, I did leave the parts in this corner. The other thing I got, by the way, in the mail was my little tiny bit of MEK, methyl ethyl ketone. This came with all kinds of chemical warnings on it and came a little late. But I don't know when we're gonna get a chance to work with this. Hopefully soon, because I need to try to melt my 3D prints with it. I don't know if it'll be a brush-on kind of affair. It's gonna be a respirator kind of a thing, though. I'm gonna need to put on the respirator for that. Not gonna take any chances. But I have a couple jars, and I think they have... Does it smell like the devil's orange juice? I haven't opened that thing yet. I gave the outside a... I gave it a good sniff on the outside, but there was no scent on the outside. Around the outside, around the outside. No scent on the outside. In like one of the open bins, I'm gonna find this little plastic bag that has the little piece of, it's like a strip of metal that I can practice with. I don't know what I did with it. What did I do with it? Where would I have put something like that? I'm gonna remember all my blades are over there. Really distinctive. I hope not to breathe a lot of it. I hope not to breathe a lot of it, as you do. Did it end up just like thrown in here? It might have. Technically it's wire, so that would be an appropriate use of this bin. Unless I tossed it in here. This is a bit big of a mix for pre-stream, isn't it? It's like music to violate the speed limit too. Let me go back to the Costa Rica mix. That's more of a chill mix. Music to run for the cops to. It smells a bit like mint. Okay. But do not be fooled. It is not mouthwash. I may have to source my own practice material, which is annoying because I know that strip of metal is around here somewhere. It didn't go far, but it did go, so I don't know where it went. I've been putting this off for like a little while, so that's why everything's not in the right place. Usually I'll order stuff and then it'll kind of kick around the same spot that I'm staging, and so I'm able to kind of like find it pretty easily. Music to play Cyberpunk 2. Now, Cyberpunk music is harder than this. Nah, it's not in here. All right, next, let's see. Where else would I have put a little baggie that's full of a strip of metal? Kills your kidney and liver over repeated exposure. Those are like two of my favorite organs, so I kind of need to be careful. Although I'm not really going to have repeated exposure, so. How do you neutralize it when you take the... I'm going to have to look up a video before we even try to use it. I'll have to look up a video before we even attempt at it, because I'll need to figure out how I take it out of there, right? How I take it out of the MEK and stop it from melting. If I have to leave it in the open, then I'm going to need an area that I've got a good ventilation. I'll need like a staging area away from everything, or just put one of the stools outside the shop and just put it there where it'll asphyxiate any passerbys. I wonder if it's up there. It's probably up. Okay, hold on. I'm coming up. Upways. What do we got up here? That is a lens cap that I'm probably never going to use, but I'm not throwing it out until I know. I think that's the accelerometer. Yeah, it is. We're looking for a little plastic baggie that's full of basically a metal strip. And that'll be my practice sheet. I'm not seeing it. It's not really an overlay. It's just a thing. Just something to let you guys know that I'm not actually working on the subject. I'm working on it now. Where the hell is this stuff? What did I do with it? I was like, I'll put this away. Yeah, good job, me. That's a car part. What's that doing there? Wow, this is some Goa sounding shit right now. Pretty good. I like my Goa. Liked. I don't know. Blood pressure music, you know? Up here? No. No, nope, nope, nope. Still looking. I haven't given up yet. There it is. Found it. It's on the tool chest. That's all I was looking for. Just a strip of metal in a little plastic baggie. All right. I mean, this is a good shot for the overlay. So you can kind of see everything that I'm doing. Kind of. Just a little bit. Like... all the cameras are already primed, so I don't need to go through that. Moisture. I need moisture. Man, OctaJ has a strong badge in this channel. Founder, 55-month subscription. Holy shit. My mouse over just hit it randomly. You guys saw it. You saw it. It was up in the corner. This is hard stuff. I might go to the other mix because it's a little bit more chill. This is the wrong mood. This is the wrong mood. Hold on. I really like it. Big John at District, Flash DC, August 28th, 2021. Down we go. It's a good set. But let's go back to Costa Rica. Ah, we're not in Costa Rica yet. This will be a little bit more calm. I ain't no snitch. It's not snitching. You're not. Okay, fine. Fine. This one's a little quieter too. Actually, it gets louder. I think he fades in a minute here. Ay. Okay. So what do I have? I've got my chicken strips, right? I got my strips right here for the welding, for the spot welding. I've got my Bifurc Check the charge on that. Fully charged. It's been sitting for a little while, but max is 650 amps. Oh boy. Well, if we start a fire, the fire extinguisher is right in the corner. It's right where I can back away and then fire it at this thing. Oh yeah, the music will come back in just a second here. Chicken strips with plum sauce? Plum sauce? That's the stuff that you put on the, what do you call it? Mushu pork, right? Is that the plum sauce? I like that stuff. It's good. Delicious. Never thought of having chicken strips with it though. I guess it's a sugary sauce, which, you know, hey, honey mustard cannot sit there and preach about plum sauce being too sugary for chicken strips. So that's an interesting, yeah, I never thought about that. That sounds good. And maybe I need to get it so that my face doesn't appear in the corner like this. This is like a Tom Thinks bit where his face jumps in from the corner of the camera. We do a lot of Dutch angles here, and it's mostly due to my ancestry. My dad did a bunch of like those ancestry.com or whatever kind of things. He's got like, you know, he like visited churches in order to get records and stuff like that. And apparently, I have like a line back to Dutch settlers. And I mean actual Dutch, not Pennsylvania Dutch. Pennsylvania Dutch is typically referred to as the Germans because, I don't know, back in X number of years ago, nobody could get anything right. So they called the Germans that moved to Pennsylvania the Pennsylvania Dutch. But I'm Dutch, but like actually, kind of. I mean, people online are like, why are Americans so obsessed with where they come from? Like, right? Why? Because you're Americans. You're from America. And I believe in that. I do believe in that. We are Americans. But there are cultural influences in that this is a big melting pot kind of place. So it's interesting to know kind of like, hey, everything's crazy here. Like, how did this happen? How am I here? So pretty crazy. But yeah, anyway, I cite Dutch influences, but it's like many generations ago. My love of mayonnaise and dikes. Wonder if I can use these springs. I don't know if I'm going to be using the automatic spot welder tool. The Netherlands on Amber. My affinity for sugar. Gouda is delicious. Don't you put some respect on that name. Fire extinguishers. During my pre-flight briefing for my flight test, I told the examiner where the fire extinguisher was, how to use it, and to wait for me to tell him when, before using it, if we're on the ground. He said he'd be over there watching the plane burn. I said, oh cool, I'll be standing next to you because screw it, it's a rental. You got a check mark. Nice. Family from France. Grandpa was adamant that they not teach the children French because they weren't French. They were American. That's a very French thing, yeah. It's a very French thing to do. Give this a little bit more volume on that. I don't know, this mix, like, I mean, this isn't, I guess it is a little bit less hard than the previous mix, but it's like, it feels a lot more chill to me, even though the tempos are probably about the same. Tulips and windmills. Yeah, I think that's Holland, but not far off. No, it's more like oil and I don't know what else. Oil and spice. And being horrible, I guess? I don't know. Man, they give you a lot of this stuff, huh? This is a lot of metal. Yeah, and bikes made entirely for cities. Sorry, cities made entirely for... Man, I am out of it today. Nah, I actually feel good today. I think we're gonna have a good stream today. I think I'll be able to get a lot of stuff done. We gotta fix up my friend's car clicker. I should get one of these for my car, by the way. Mine is the old style. His is the newer style. But he broke it apart. There's a lot of crap in it that I think we need to clean up. It looks like the BMW logo is missing, which is that's a red flag. And then I've got to figure out, it looks like maybe the battery exploded and that's what got him into this mess. But he bent off the tab welded parts, so we can either desolder them from the board and re-tab weld the quote unquote new batteries, or we can maybe, no, I think that's our only option. I think that's our only option. Or we can leave them in place, put the battery in, and then do the tab welding. It shouldn't take more than a minute. Rotterdam is the biggest port in Europe. A huge margin, yeah. What's the bubbly water? I mean, this is just what we got around here. It's vintage seltzer, which means it's really old. We get this from an antique store. It's like, this water is like, yeah, 1954 is when this water was milled out of a solid piece of asbestos. No, vintage seltzer, it's just bubbly water with a hint of lemon lime in it. And it doesn't even taste sweet like lemon lime. It's just literally just tastes like, it tastes like you just tasted a lemon lime and you're just getting over the taste. So it's not LaCroix, but it's similar. It's cheaper. Milled water, yeah. That's the stuff they spray on all the milling machines. Does the body good. God, we need to fix the DRO and do 1,000 other things. I've been working on all kinds of other stuff. I've been working on the pedals. I've gotten those to a point where they're sound finally. They're mechanically sound. I've been working on what's going to hold up the two boards that's behind me. That I had to add stabilization to, so this thing is no longer becoming a parallelogram whenever I touch it. A rhombus, more like, whenever I touch it. No, it's a parallelogram. Yeah, it kind of does this. Yeah, LaCroix is, excuse me. Oh, God, you guys shouldn't have heard that. Blah. LaCroix is a seltzer water described over the phone. Hint of. Now, I have a lot of cameras. I have more cameras than you can possibly ever imagine. I'm powerful. Yeah. There was a great, what was it? Not documentary, it was, AV Club. Or no. Yeah, AV Club, YouTube channel. No, AV Geeks. It's not Club, AV Geeks. AV Geeks. They have a bunch of film reels that they upload. They typically will destroy your YouTube feed on a weekend and just upload 75 videos from 1952. And there's a lot of cool like film reels. There's a lot of cool stuff in there, including Shake Hands with Danger. They were the ones that uploaded that. But the one that comes to mind when you mention nuclear test mills, he spelled it wrong, is the one film reel they had where it was an agricultural committee film or something like that, talking about all the uses in agriculture of nuclear fissile materials, or just nuclear materials in general. Radioactive stuff that's active in the radio spectrum. You have to think about it that way. So in the 50s, there was a lot of what? Nuclear. It's right there. It's what? Nuclear. Don't you question me. In the 50s, there was a lot of sort of, we have this solution and it's called nuclear material, right? How do we use this solution? It's kind of like NFTs, but at least people are they're dying of cringe with NFTs instead of dying of exposure to radioactive elements. But yeah, so radioactive elements were sort of a solution in search of a problem, and they were using it in agriculture. And they would sprinkle fields with it in order to determine like soil migration and stuff like that. It's like real bad stuff. And one of the uses that I remember from that video, which is really kind of shocking, is what they would do is they would take a radioactive isotope and they would expose oil in the tractor to the radioactive isotope. And they're like, this is a great solution, because if you leak oil, you can detect it with this machine. In the tractor. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. This shop, yeah, this shop is like the co-host for the stream here. And part of it is that I'm really bad at cleaning up. That's number one. Number two is that throughout my entire adult life, I've been collecting all this stuff. So when you look at my shop, it's not something that I decide, you know, it's not a whim. This is not a whim that I've collected all this stuff. This is a problem. This is a cry for help, is what this is. Germa came up with radioactive toothpaste? What is that streamer doing these days? Man, I haven't caught up with him lately. Really? For early GMOs? Use radiation to induce multiple random mutations? I mean, was that like... I guess that's probably more controlled, right? That's like holding a lighter up to your 3D print. Well, not really. How do you... We're gonna give you all the cancer and hope that... like, we're just hoping that a random particle is gonna come in there and fire itself against one of your strands of DNA and do something positive, but we're gonna do it so randomly. That's incredible. That's just crazy. More controlled methods are like, good God. Yeah, everybody knows that story. The iridium watch faces wetting the brushes with their spit. But yeah, that video was nuts. It was like, let's spray a field with radioactive material. And it's like, whoa, 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 whoa. Like, oh no, it's such low levels. It's like, dude, what are you doing? 30 inches for the lab benches. And the reason behind that is if somebody else is in here, they can walk up behind me and they can see what I'm doing and I'm not hunched over. Keeping your back straight is kind of important when you do work at a shop like this. My tall friend has made his own workbench that's literally up to my tits. It's ridiculous, but you know, being able to walk up to the bench and work on stuff without hunching over and kind of like going, you know, just basically without having to do that, is very important. You know, for me with streaming, when I'm programming, I'm a little bit hunched over looking at this thing, but when I'm soldering and using the microscope, I'm looking at the OBS feed, which is up here. And so that keeps my back straight when I'm doing stuff like that. So 30-inch tables, more if you're taller even, but if you have normal people coming over to help you with stuff or to look at stuff or you need to stage something, yeah. I don't know that game. The Vangers, look it up. Vangers on Steam, oh, it's obscure. What's gameplay look like? Holy, that's pretty trippy. Wow, that is an experimental game. It looks like an Orbital album cover. Ugh. It's a futuristic game from the 90s. I think that's where Orbital got all their influence from, for their album covers. All right, when do we want to get started? Probably soon. I know I have flammable liquids that are closed off in containers, but we are going to be causing sparks. That's part of the deal today. It's raining out, so I've got high moisture percentage in the lab. Not to mention dust. If you've ever seen any USCSB videos, which their YouTube channel is amazing, I would recommend it. The US, what is it? Something safety board, USCSB. They, 90% of the causes of factory fucking terrible explosions can be traced back to dust. You know, a belt slips on an old piece of equipment, or something and causes it to vibrate, and the vibration of the sudden shock releases a bunch of dust into the air, and that dust just happens to find the worker that's playing with fireworks, and the whole fucking plant explodes violently and leaves a crater the size of Manhattan. It's insane. Some of the stuff that they've analyzed is great. Just the breakdown of safety, layers of safety that lead to these accidents. Incredible. Yeah, it's one of my favorite channels. They barely ever post, but they're a government agency that makes these very professional-looking three-dimensional recreation, 3D rendered recreations of workplace accidents. Is it chemical safety? That sounds right. Also, the stools that I'm using in the shop are my grandfather's from his 1960s bar back in the day. So those ended up in his workshop in New Hampshire, and then they ended up in my dad's possession, and they ended up in my possession. So these are higher stools, and they work with the 30-inch tables. So they're not comfortable, but I'm not supposed to be comfortable when I'm working. So flour and powdered coffee creamer are two of the most explosive things. Yeah, the U.S. I want to say Consumer Safety Board, but USCSB is the YouTube channel. Okay, so I was getting that wrong. United States Chemical Safety Board, or chemical... That's all I can think. That's the only letter that I can think that would go there, yeah. Yeah, coffee creamer powder and an air blaster are dangerous. Oh, yep. Because you have, I mean, if you think about it from a chemical perspective, you have a lot of energy elements in those powders. Those energy elements just need the triangle, O2, something with energy in it, and a flame source. So when you aerosolize it, you're creating a very dense mixture of energy and oxygen. And when you expose that to a flame source, it's able to release all of that energy and become carbon. And that's where it's all coming from. And then heat and the expansion of gases result. No. Well, yeah, kind of. I might get to talk about some encryption today. Get all my toys out here. These are the things that I've been provided with which to fix my friends' keys. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the Rockwell automation turbo encabulator. I think the oh crap, what was it called again? Oh no, my whole bit just got ruined by my absent-mindedness. Hold on. No, I can't come up with it. Shit. Oh, it's called the U.S. Chemical Safety and Hazard Investigation Board, USCSB. They are, yeah. They kind of ignored hazard, huh? No. There's a there's an alternative, and it's a subreddit that basically makes fun of hobby communities, and they've got a particular device that they talk about, and it's all satire, but nobody says it's satire. It's one of those sort of high comedy subreddits that I really appreciated back in the day, and I was trying to reference it as an opposition to the Rockwell automation turbo encabulator, because you've got pre-emulated marzipans and you know, reciprocating ding alarms and stuff, and this other thing has, and then I was going to quote some of it, but I forget it all because I haven't looked at it in a long time. The turbo encabulator, I constantly try to get right, and I've been through the text a lot of times, and I've some of it memorized, but yeah. I was never one of the chemistry people for the IED thing, but I was around them. That's all I got, though. That's all I got. I'm not good at chemistry. I'm really bad at it. I think there's a lot more memorization than I think I gave it credit for. I thought I took an approach to chemistry as if it was like math, but I don't think that's really the case. Yeah, pre-famulate and emulate. If I was a crazy person, I'd get the audio bouncing over here. What is up with the wrap around the edges here? I guess they're protecting it. I don't know what we need to do about that. That could be problematic. So it's 6 volts for this thing, huh? Yikes. This is a hell of a construction. All right, I won't look at it before we start. Did Linus do this? I can't get away from that guy. You know, they don't really know. They don't really know about the limitations on the brain storing information. They don't really know. Although I think they're probably getting close to that, but you know, they've done tests on memorization, and there's a whole I don't want to, how do I say that? There's a whole thing where people like speed memorize huge amounts of information, and there are some that still retain things that they memorized like early on in their career of doing that. The brain works in mysterious, odd ways. It's a big puddle of pudding that's got electricity running around in it. And somehow it can retain a lot of information in a very strange way. Well, huge amounts of what? Yeah, that's a good question. What is the information we retain? Huge amounts of clusters of connections, of associations, of neurons connecting to other neurons? How does that work? It ain't ones and zeros. All right, and close up some windows here. Free up some RAM. So it turns out the spring, by the way, was perfect. It feels perfect on the, oh wait, I'm gonna need that at some point when we get back into this. Lin protocol we'll leave up. We'll leave up the decimal converter. This one was a good page. That one was a good page. All right, maybe I can't close. Maybe I can't close a lot of windows today. But yeah, there are competitions where people just memorize text and they're able to regurgitate it once again. Like huge amounts, like books. I would expect TurboNAD to be one of those people that has a box that says like memories, and inside of it it's just like RAM. All right, let's get started. We're gonna make some sparks today. Get rid of this. Fade out the music. Let's find that tab. Where'd I put that tab? Where'd I put that tab? It's in the place I put that thing that time. All right. So. It says memoirs. Memories. Spelled with 2 E's. All right. What are we doing today? I got a couple things, but in terms of scheduling, I'm not going to be here on Saturday. And then next weekend, I'm dog sitting. I don't know if there's going to be a Saturday stream or not. I'm not sure if on Saturday I'm going to do a stream, because from Friday to Sunday, I am looking after a dog, and I haven't had a dog in this house in a long time. So I don't know how that's going to go. I might have a stream. I might not. She's a little skittish. She probably won't want to come downstairs. Dogs seem to not like basements, as far as I know. And I know everybody's going to say, but one time I had a dog that, I don't really think dogs like basements all that much. They like looking out windows to see when their owner will come back, in my experience. But I've, you know, my dog, if I ever have a dog, might want to, you know, come down and hang out. But generally in my experience, they're just like, I'm going to sit by the window until my owner comes back. So anyway, I may have a dog here. I may have to take care of the dog. I might not. I might just, you know, maybe she'll just sleep upstairs while I'm streaming. We'll see. Play that by ear. So that's next weekend. This weekend, I'm not going to be around on Saturday, so no Saturday stream. You know, I've got a Saturday stream planned. If I could finally actually, you know, I would have worked on it tonight, and probably been able to get that running. But oh well. You know, I hate delaying stuff as much as I have around here, but things are just crazy. I'm gonna have to start saying no more, and people will not take no for an answer sometimes in my life, which will be a problem. Like, no, I gotta work. Like, I really need to be better about that. Let's be honest. So yeah, my time is getting filled up quite a lot, and I've got too many projects that I need to do. I'm gonna get through this week and the next week, and have gray hairs as a result, and then we'll, you know, we'll figure it out, right? So that's my schedule. I'm sticking to it. Now I'm gonna see whether or not I can actually take up like something like an extra stream just to make it up, and then we'll see where that goes. You know, maybe I'll do Wednesday next week, because I can see that happening. A lot of these projects are in stages where it's not too stressful for me to work on it anymore, and I've got stuff to do. So in that vein, I don't like Mondays. Nobody likes. That's why nobody streams on a Monday. Nobody likes Monday. But maybe if nobody else is streaming on Monday, maybe I could take up a Monday. But that would be, what would that be like? I'll think about it. All right, Garfield. Nobody streams on Monday. That's like one of my Monday is my Sunday, right? And so I'm like, you know, just fucking bent after the entire week, and I'm just like, God damn it, what is this? And then I'm like, I want to watch a stream. I don't want to like listen to my own thoughts right now. And so I open up a stream, and it's like nobody. So lasagna stream. You know, one day I'll do a cooking stream, but not this day, and not Monday. So anyway, that's my schedule for now. In order to get possession of the borrowed dog for 1 week, we need to help my friend fix his keys. He bought a 5 series of similar yearage to mine, but his has all kinds of problems. It's wonderful. So his is having a problem where the clicker does not have a battery in it, and so he ripped this thing apart. So I guess what he did was he ripped this thing apart, and he pried the spot welded battery apart. And you can go online and you can buy a new battery with the tab welds already in it. But I happened to, around the same time, be looking into battery spot welders and going, hey, you know, that's kind of cool. Like I used to have access to a pretty nice battery spot welder, and I was able to put tabs on batteries and make big battery packs with it. Now, I'm not doing a lot of stuff with battery power right now. I don't really have that many projects that require batteries. I'm not building drones. They're too expensive. I'm not building a giant, extensive racing sim setup. That would be ludicrous. I'm not putting batteries in the steering wheel. So I'm not really making battery packs these days. Having the capability, I guess, is good, and it's a good little distraction from what we're doing. This may take 5 minutes. It may take all day. We'll see how it goes. There will be some sparks involved in it. Even the RC car stuff, barely. I mean, there's like one place where I would spot weld, and you know, I could see that becoming a thing, but it's only one place. It's not really all that much. I mean, I guess I could use it with the 3D printer in attaching the high voltage, like the high temperature wiring stuff. Like I could spot the aluminum wire. You're really supposed to crimp it though, so I don't really know if that's really all that useful. So anyway, that's my thoughts on that. And so I spent $75, which I could have done this cheaper. I spent a little bit of money on one of these cheap spot welding kits, because the spot welder tool itself, like the real one, that one's like $300, right? And it's like an enclosure and the whole power supply and the whole 9 yards, and it plugs in. Instead, I decided to get something that's eventually going to burn down my shop, which I don't really appreciate, but I guess that's just what we get, and something that's going to wear over time, which I also don't appreciate. You get what you pay for, I guess. So what I did is I went on to Amazon and I bought YXKY's spot welding kit. And so what that is just a big fuck off battery pack. This is just a big fuck-off battery pack. It's just a big lithium-ion battery. And it's hooked up in such a way to provide 650 amps. Now, the thing is, I also have battery packs that I can use to help start my car. So I don't know if this differs too much from them. And then I'm wondering if I could plug these wires into one of my big battery packs, if it wouldn't short it out. If it would initially spot weld and then not short out, and then I would actually be able to use it for that, instead of having a monotasker around here. I don't like that this is a monotasker, and I don't like that I have to put this in my tool bin with everything else. I feel like this should go in an ammo can. I also don't know exactly what the status of these two contacts is from the get-go. Yeah, Biff RC, I guess, is the company, and they've got a nice USB-C plug on the back, and they got another USB plug on it, so maybe I could actually charge my my cell phone with this thing if I was in a pinch. So, it's not AliExpress, but it is practically. Let's see, from the get-go, without even hitting the button on it. Ha 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 ha. There's 4.135 volts on these contacts. These are directly hooked up to the lithium-ion cell. Well, maybe not directly. I'm hoping there's some kind of a current manager in there so that I can't accidentally bump this thing up against a bunch of metal. I've been keeping this in the scrap metal bin. Maybe there's a timer on that. I would hope there is. Eesh. I have a feeling that the pulse in this sense is the protection electronics kicking in, because you have no control over the pulse. As much as I'd like to take this thing apart, I'm not going to. I don't feel like messing around with, even though it's 4 volts, you know, when you take these apart, the contacts flop all over the place. I think it's all on a circuit board, because otherwise, why would you not have, you know, there'd be panel mount evidence around this thing. So it's probably all on a big circuit board. So these are probably pretty well connected in there, but no, there's no step up or boost in this thing. We're talking about welding metal. We don't need the voltage when we're welding metal. When we're welding metal, we need current. We need a lot of electrons to try to get through in order to heat up that metal to the point where it starts to actually fuse with itself, to fuse with the 2 layers together as a solid sheet. So, you know, in a big welder, yeah, you can have a lot of volts in there and it can be beneficial, but we just need that little point of heat for just a little bit of time in order to create a bond or even a pseudo bond between the 2 layers of metal. So we don't need a lot of volts. We can do 4 volts. 650 amps is not all that much to sneeze at for a bunch of lithium-ion flat cells in tandem with one another. They would be in parallel. Although, if they are in parallel, then I hope there's some more advanced charging electronics in here than just a voltage level sensor. I suspect there are, because it's not that difficult to source good charging electronics. And if you invest in it, then you get a reputation like Nintendo, where Nintendo people have pulled their Nintendo product out of long-term storage. You know, the ones with the early on lithium-ion batteries. They pulled their Nintendo out of their Game Boy out of that, and it still had amazing battery life. All you need to do is get a decent battery management chip and follow the instructions of the data sheet. That's all you need to do, but a lot of places don't do that. A lot of places just don't care about that kind of battery management. You know, they don't give a shit what you're doing with the device 3 years from now. I don't know, it's just silly to me, because Nintendo has this amazing reputation for being like really good with batteries. Except for, you know, the early Game Boy stuff, of course, 8 batteries, and they would corrode in the battery bin. But that's every battery bin you've got on a device. But so for lithium-ion batteries, I don't know, they did everything really, really great. They probably sourced a decent lithium-ion cell too, which, you know, these guys aren't doing. But I would hope that a device like this would have at least passable battery management. You want you're going to let a lot of current run through a short initially, and then you have it kick on some protection. My hope is that this thing is charging well, because while it's not great for a lithium cell, they can do that. They're okay with that. So, no, yeah, Game Gear was the most effective way to turn batteries into garbage. Yeah, that thing was insane. I had friends who had it, and I would literally watch them play it until the batteries died, and it wasn't all that much time. Like, man. And then there was the TV tuner that you could plug in that used even more battery power. All right, so Build those old game carts. Game carts. What do you mean? Use the same battery with welded tabs? Oh yeah. So there's a whole family of batteries like this, with tabs welded onto it, right? So these lithium-ion cells, these lithium batteries, these little coin cells, right? There's a whole different what is it? A whole different discipline of engineering involved with these kinds of batteries. There's a whole classification, and in computers and the like, you'll get a system battery that's like 12 volts, and oftentimes lithium, although I think there's like a special alkali, like long distance one, that will provide you with basically a quiescent current, quiescent, whatever the fuck that word, I don't know how to say that word. The quiescent current is basically how much current do your electronics draw while they're off? And that can be actually due to a surprising number of factors, including whether or not your device has been dumped in salt water. But primarily, memory storage stuff is going to take up a little bit of quiescent current, at least back in the day, before we had solid state, before we accidentally baked the silicon too long and discovered that it can hold information. I forget what the exact story is behind that. But anyway, so in like a Game Boy cartridge, you would need something like a battery in there. You could use one of those computer motherboard batteries, or you could use a lithium-ion coin cell. It takes up a very small profile. The backup batteries, I think, are like a higher voltage, but they can produce a very low amount of current for a very long time. With Game Boys and stuff, they weren't going to go out and buy that, so they would buy a lithium coin cell, like a watch battery. And so these are really good at providing a very small amount of current over a very long time. Although they can do more than that, too. I mean, they can do more current than that, because you've seen... Excuse me, hold on, I'm burping beans. Ugh, beans. All right. Those little squish flashlights that they had back in like the early 2000s, where you'd squish it and the blue LED would light up. I've gone like on a long walk with those before, just a little blue light. It hurts your thumb. So those have a little bit of battery in there in order to facilitate the retention of memory over time. And there are whole tutorials that are dedicated to pulling apart your Nintendo carts and swapping the battery out for a new one. Because some of the early Zelda ones and some of the, they've just been over time dying. I saw a thing the other day posted on the Discord where they actually had like a tape memory storage device inside of like the Zelda cart, which I feel like that's not real, or maybe it was early development, but it's cool. So anyway, retaining a couple bits was a very big problem with game cartridges until recently even, and it probably still is, but you would have to swap out the batteries. And the batteries that they're putting in these things are batteries that already have solderable tabs welded to them, because this battery is just like a weird coin shape. It's actually very difficult to, I mean, there are like enclosures for these things, right? But typically if you're going to have it as part of your like electronics design, hell, even the glucose monitor device that I have, where did that little piece of it go? I had one sitting around here. Oh yeah, here it is. Why do you think this thing has such a round shape to it? It's got a coin cell in it, or two, and these are in fact tab welded on. So if I actually sand off this area with like a file, eventually I can get down to the battery and pick it out of here. And then I could probably, I didn't get it to solder the last time we tried it, but I can solder tabs to it, put a new battery in there, and continue to use this device. It's kind of a big deal, like these medical devices, that they are sort of forcing obsolescence on us. They sort of force us to swap out for our diabetes equipment, whereas you're spending like $400 for each of these things out of pocket, and it's like, I can just sand this and put a new battery on it and then epoxy it again. Like, they don't want you to do that, but you can. I think they're putting some electronics, I don't know about these specifically, if I can do that with these, but you can get away with it on a lot of them. I don't know about these. These are tough. They're sort of like building stuff into these that make it harder to do that with. I'm not sure if these are of that classification, where like as it's dying, it sets a bit and then it can never be undone. Yeah, it is what it is. Anyway, so spot welding is one of those things that I've wanted to learn. Before we get the good batteries out, I do have some old coin cells that we can test on, and I've got the old batteries from this remote. So we got to take a look at the remote, we got to see how it works, and then we got to get the spot welding. All right, so let's see. Can we get to the other side of the remote, or is this going to be hopelessly glued in? I think I'm leaning to the side of hopelessly glued in, because the opening process of this was not that great. I don't know how long. BMW probably has estimates to how long this thing lasts with the battery in there. I was always told, and apparently in error, I was told that it charges through the key itself, but I don't see no connection there, so I don't think that's true. Yeah, I always thought there would be some kind of like a charging thing on it, but whatever's happening here too, we have to clean off. I think this is just glue. The enzyme on glucose-sensitive electronics gets used up. Your body fights it. That's what happens. Your body fights the foreign body, and it eventually gets to the bimetallic wire that goes under the skin. It gets less accurate over time. I don't know how much cleanup I'm liable for this thing, first of all, because it looks like it was attempted super glue. I think super glue was attempted on this thing, and yeah. And it got real messy. Wait, oh, let's get this ring off of here first. Get the ring off first, and then we can kind of observe what's going on here. I think I'm the last-ditch effort. I think it was an attempted repair, and so it's been passed over to me to pick up the pieces. Also, because I have the welder. I'm the one with the welder. Oh, yeah. Woo! That's gonna need some love to get back together. I'm not sure how much he cares, but maybe we can clean that up a little bit. How do you get cyanoacrylate off of stuff, though, without melting everything? Don't tell me MEK, because I'm not using that. Don't you dare say MEK. I can get the circuit board out of here. Just so I want to see what chip it uses. The chip's on the other side, and I suspect this thing uses something called key lock. Have you guys ever heard of key lock? I've talked to carbon tetrachloride. Oh, we're not doing that then. Carbon tetrachloride is out of the question. That's not being used today. Key lock is a system by which a acetone, I think, will melt the key. I think that'll melt the plastic around the key. So I don't think we have many options for getting this thing out of here. There's a big blob of super glue up at the tip here. And I can like pry it with something. I can just try to like get it to pop off. But it may have created a bit more of a bond. Oh no, this is working. I'm just very gently hitting it with this tool to try to get the glue out of here. It seems like it didn't fully harden. It's like kind of a little malleable. Might not be super glue. No, that's definitely super glue right there. Ow, that hurt my thumb. So key lock is a system what exists on a PIC microcontroller. PIC microcontroller is just a it's just a type of microcontroller that WD40.com is not to be trusted. A PIC microcontroller is a bit more of a hardcore microcontroller. It runs more basic code, and it's been around for a long time. They're used in a lot of different like hardcore applications where you need like like something that runs your dishwasher's screen. So a PIC microcontroller. What was I going to say? So some researcher, some cryptological researcher, don't get the wrong impression. This is not an NFT bro. This is somebody who's actually doing cryptological research at like a university or something like that. It might not have been through university, but this person came up with this system by which where the ones and the zeros that make up the secret code that will unlock your car can be put through 256 rounds, and it has what's called a book encryption. So a book cipher. A book cipher means that you and the person you're trying to communicate have your own secret code. And that secret code might be a page number in a book. That's essentially what the thought behind that is. But essentially, it's a secret code that both you and the person on the other end share. But there's another system that they added to this. There's a system they added to this where you have rounds. And so you've got this table of I guess, possible cryptological numbers. Very large rotating table. So at the end, the number recycles to the next position. If your special round code is off by far enough from wherever the device you're trying to unlock is. So every time you up this number when you transmit a code, and so the two should be in lockstep, but if you hit the button on your remote, you're going to get ahead. And so if you get ahead enough, it'll go, hold on a minute, I'm going to need to hear that again. And then this goes, well, here's the code. And it's like, all right, oh yeah, that's correct, right? So they sync up with one another. That's why sometimes if you walk away from your car and you hit your remote a bunch of times, if you have an older remote on your car, you hit your remote a bunch of times when you walk away from your car, and you walk back over to your car and you try to unlock it. It's like, wait, oh, something's wrong. You hit it again. Boom, your car unlocks. So that's part of that rounds. And if you're far enough out of the rounds, the receiver will just go, nah, I ain't doing that, buddy. There was a whole strategy for locking people out of stuff where you over the air receive the key lock code and then you end up sending it out of sync codes far enough to make it so that you could sit there and press the button on your control and it wouldn't unlock the car for a matter of years. Because you were so many numbers out of sync with that circle of values. So that's one of the infiltration methods on Keylock, is you over the air receive their code. When they're away, you send it a bunch of codes that'll get it so far out of sync, they're like, my remote doesn't work anymore. It's kind of like you're just an asshole. But yeah, Keylock does this with literally 2 lines of code. It basically puts the ones and the zeros of the command, tacks on a couple numbers, sends it through 256 rounds of an XOR that compares it to a secret code that you and the transmitter have in common, and a secret code that you and the receiver have calculated from the previous code. Puts that through 256 rounds, transmits it over 433 megahertz. It gets received, it gets put through 256 rounds, and if it's good and the checksum calculates, then it'll unlock your car. So that system is what somebody came up with. I want to say it's Stanford, but I'm not really sure. They came up with that, and then PIC Microcontroller went, I'm sorry, was that 2 lines of code you said? Here's $1 million. Thank you for that system. And then all of the car manufacturers ended up using it. BMW was no exception. Each manufacturer had their own secret manufacturer code, and then each device had its own device pairing code, and then you had the number of rounds that you were on that table. That's how this whole cryptological car remote thing. I don't even have visuals to show you guys this. I hope this is clear what I'm explaining. That's how this whole thing came about. But man, could you imagine? Like, that made this cute little cryptological thing. Look at this. and then a whole microcontroller company is just like, here's a sack of cash. And you're like, yes! And you just run off into the woods with a big sack of cash. But that's the system that a lot of these older car remotes use. It's called Keylock, K-E-E-L-O-Q. But the problem is, eventually people figured this out, and they came up with, I think there was a third code that was just like a universal keylock code, but maybe this is where the Stanford researchers came in. So what they did is they figured out sort of more or less how this code was working, right? And they knew that they were missing a cryptological key. And so they hook up a keylock device with a 1 ohm resistor. And then they connect that to an oscilloscope or some other kind of syncable voltage reading device that was fast. And they knew the clock frequency because the clock is external to the microcontroller. And they were able to step the microcontroller through the code, or, reconstruct this after the fact, look through the steps of the code, what ones and zeros were being used, compare that to the amount of current the microcontroller was using at the moment, because ones cost you current. Might not be a lot, but they do. Figure out what the current draw was and recreate that cryptological code that was used in the remote. And so that was eventually determined. The manufacturer's code was eventually determined, and I don't know where the website went, but I found a website where you could buy a little device, and you would specify the manufacturer, and you would send it to listen, and it would listen to the over-the-air code, and it would give you the full specs, and then you could control whatever car it was. You could unlock it. Pretty crazy stuff. Cryptology is nuts. Cryptology is an amazing field, right up until they started fucking around with the NFTs, right? Then they lost all of their credibility like overnight. But actual cryptological research is pretty nutso. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Now, this used 2 batteries or 1. I don't think I'm going to be able to get underneath this thing. It looks like it's fairly well glued in there. And academically, I would love to take a look at what chip it's using, whether or not it's an actual key lock device, but I don't think I'm going to be able to know. And this is going to be down to my friend to put his key back together in some kind of a decent manner. That wasn't part of the deal. Yeah, anybody who knows anything about crypto probably does hate NFTs. You're right. Yeah, I'm into cryptology. On what level? Please tell me on what level. Otherwise, I'll have to abruptly end the conversation. So we can see the antenna at least, the 433 megahertz antenna at the front of this thing. I just want to get some of the old glue off of here without damaging anything. And he'll probably have to file down the edges again in order to get that to go back together. There's no visible circuitry. I mean, sorry, there's visible circuitry on this side, but there's no visible whatchamacallit, no visible microcontroller on this side. There is evidence of one, as there is a crystal right here, but I don't see no microcontroller over here. All right. Blockchain, the conversation ender. The other thing this remote does not have is any way for me to confirm whether or not we have sent a signal. I don't have an LED on here. In addition to that, I can't get to the solderable parts. So I can't really, I mean, I guess I could do it from this side. If this tab will come through when heated, when solder temperature hits it. I mean, I know temperature is the enemy of super glue, so that might help me crack this thing open. Wow, having this key with no logo or symbols on it is very strange. I don't know if this is a new housing or what. I mean, this should be the old one. Yeah, it's got all the FCC markings on it. It barely has the FCC markings on it. You can barely see them. You can barely see them. I'm not about to put acetone on this. It's not gonna have a good result. I mean, I could do the archaeological thing and just kind of pick away at it. Get it? Because pick microcontroller. Yeah, I love the story of keylock, and you can find a diagram of the cryptological scheme behind it. It's just really cool that, like, you just come up with this cool way to like very efficiently obfuscate your signal, and you kind of, you know, you're nice and tight, everything's sort of minimalistic, and then a microcontroller company is just like, yo, would you like to sell that to me? It's like, hell yeah, man, why not? Preheat the oven to 350. Spot welded in place. I'm thinking about how I might be able to do that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how I can spot weld it in place. I really would like to remove it because it looks like both sides have been spot welded. I see tabs underneath on the metal on this. When you pry apart a spot welded part, we're still out of focus, aren't we? Hold on, I've lost all of my focus. When you spot weld something like this, you get these little bumps in it when you pry it apart, just because that's the metal separating from the two pieces of metal separating. I mean, they're pretty much bonded together once you spot weld it. But I do not know if I can get the other side spot welded. This is the one that was spot welded on the bottom. Usually they'll be able to like clamp down enough to constantly get a connection on that. And I could rely on that, but I'm not sure I want to. Basically just two little squiggly pieces. What I could do is move this squiggly piece out of the way, move this squiggly piece up, spot weld it, bend it down, bend the other one over top of it, spot weld that. And I think that's what we're gonna have to do. Because I'm sort of taking the archaeological route, and I'm looking at the edges here with all this cyanoacrylate all over it. I can't really effectively, I'm getting concerned for the health of the board with my picking. It is very crackly though. It's not as flexible as the case around it. I would rather reduce this to the circuit board though. You can buy these housings too. But I think he just wants the one key. He wants the one key repaired, and then we'll probably work on the other one, and then we'll come back to this one to fix it up fully. All right, yeah, so I'm going to do a bend like that, get that out of the way. And then this one, I'll just take up like this. And the only foreseeable issue here is getting the tools in here and getting it aligned properly. But then it has to be two batteries? How's that supposed to work? Wait a minute. If I'm supposed to be putting two of these Johns together and having them connect to one another, how the hell does that even work? It's got top written on it. That one goes to there. They're like separate though. How in the hell? I guess I could just shrink wrap two of them together. And maybe that'll let me spot weld to the two ends. Because it's like, I can't, I mean, I could put like a little like tab across these and then bend it together. And then I'd need to wrap them like these are on the edges to make sure that I don't short out the batteries. That would be fully tab welded, and I don't know if that's necessary. I wonder if I just put two of them like this and then shrink wrap them. That shrink wrap should hold them together. So how does that work? I mean, there's certainly not, these cannot, there's no feasible way these could have been welded like this. You can't do that. You can't get the tools in there. No, because we're not connecting it in. So, all right, I need to practice spot welding before anything else. So we have these batteries to play with. Hopefully they don't, you know, become fire. Where is the heatsink that I usually have sitting on this desk? Where are my tools? Where do they go? There it is. Okay, so we got this big F-off battery sitting over here. I've got this big piece of sheet metal. This stuff is thicker than the other one, but we are only spot welding it, which is interesting because, I mean, the spot welder doesn't have any settings, so this is a pretty thin piece of metal. And if I get two of the pieces of metal, I can practice. Then we can practice with a battery. Coderushed, how's it going? We're doing a little spot welding today. We're trying to fix my friend's controller. You guys just missed a whole explanation of how the key lock encryption system works. Should have waited. I should have waited for all the programmers from Coderushed. How you guys doing over there? So yeah, we're gonna try this. I'm gonna see whether or not it sends sparks all over the county. And what we can actually get done here. So I've got this device, this more expensive than it should have been, but also concerningly cheap spot welding device. And it is a singular lithium-ion cell. This is a heavy device, so it's either the more energy-dense battery-shaped devices in parallel, or it's a big sheet cell that weighs a lot. I don't know which one it is, because there's definitely a circuit board in here. Otherwise, these would have more evidence of being panel-mounted. But I mean, I have a feeling that what happens is the protection electronics in here, once they let out that 650 amps for a certain number of microseconds, all of the protection electronics probably kick on and then it cuts off. We're going to test to see if that's the case. Building a beast machine tomorrow on stream. Oh, ooh, what are you guys building? A computer? You guys got a computer? See, the thing about this one is that it doesn't connect until you hit that switch up there. But like all of that current is going through one of these little tiny Omicrons. Well, they didn't buy an Omicron switch. All that's going through this, and it's like pressing down really hard. So I'm gonna try the free leads before I try this thing. Look at this 3D print. Ugh, a little bit of ringing going on there. A little bit of ringing and a little bit of layer errors. A lot of bit of layer errors. I could probably, if they have a file for this thing, I could probably print it better in less time. Woof. Well, I guess it's effective, sort of. i9 RTX 3,030,300, so 3090. Fastest RAM and SSDs. Oh my God. How the hell? I gotta be able to source a graphics card soon. I need to put the motherboard into my computer. My computer's still running all the old stuff. Oh man. All right, this is dangerous now. Danger on the set. Danger close fire. Everybody watch out. I've got hot leads. Hot needles sitting here with 4 volts and 650 amps available to them. Yeah, the connectors are wide open. Yeah, it's only 4 volts. It's just got a lot of current behind it. All right, let's see what we can do here. Turn on thermals. Bloop. Look at that metal. Yeah, I know. Isn't that weird? They could have injection molded it. It's odd that they wanted to do it that way. I don't think that probably won't save them money. Maybe just a lot of people aren't buying spot welders these days. All right, so we want to facilitate connection between these 2 pieces of metal. I should just be able to tap this thing down and it will do nothing. That didn't do anything. How come we had a full 4 volts on this thing? So do I have to hit the button on the back in order to get it to do the spot welding? I'm gonna hit the button on the back and then try again. Nothing. Okay, all right, cool. That's cool. Whatever you guys want to do. Do I have to connect it and hit the button? So connected, hit the button. Nothing. All right, what piece of information am I missing on this? If this device is a dud, I don't know what we're gonna do. Do I need to plug it into an input, or does it? No, this says portable on it, so 5 volt out, portable spot weld. I got that connected. I got this connected. These things are screwed in. I should basically be able to just go boop, boop, and then there should be a big spark. You fuck. All right, hold on. We gotta look it up. This is DIY, huh? Yes, 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 okay. This is not what I have. Open box and testing. Oh, well, we can find out what's inside. I guess I'm not taking it apart. I don't know if mine came with a charger, but I did charge it. Did he? Wait. He undid the screws. Oh, wait, here it is. Wait. What did you do with these screws? Why did you wait? Why are you messing with the screws in one thing and then it's not apart? Oh, it took it apart over here? Yeah, it's just got a big sheet cell in it. All right, that makes sense. A big sheet cell, a bunch of switching equipment, 1 button. It really doesn't let on to all the stuff that it's doing. I guess I could have DIY'd it myself if I wanted to. I have a whole bin full of batteries. I really should have DIY'd this, huh? I could have bought the board instead of the whole device. And I wanted to get the tabs and stuff too. There's a manual. I think I read the manual. So, okay, how do I get it to actually weld? I'd be throwing sparks. Yes, yes, okay. Just show me what I need to see. In the shutdown state, press and hold the button. Okay, so it's a press and hold. Press and hold the button for 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3. Oh, it just went doo-doo-doo-doo. All right. So now, probably going to be able to touch these two things together and we'll get a big spark. There it goes. It just went doo-doo, and it just sparked. That was kind of cool. I like that it was automated like that. It made a whole noise and everything. That's a lot smarter than I thought it would be. And our 2 pieces of metal are permanently, not really permanently, but they are attached to one another. Hey, all right. I'm a little bit more positive about these things now. Try it again. See if it's still on. I might have to hold it for 3 seconds again. Nope, it just goes doo-doot, and when it goes doo-doot, it does the welding. I guess we can't even see the heat. It's so fast. I don't know if you guys can hear the doo-doot, but 1, 2, pop, and then there it is, spot welded. So spot welding batteries is pretty easy. If you got the materials, right? If you got the right materials. But yeah, that is just, I mean, that is connected. So I don't want to cut myself on this stuff, but that is a connection right there. You can see the heat. Are you sure it's not just reflecting? I can feel a little bit of the heat. So the whole point of spot welding a battery, you'll be positive until you do the terminal of the battery. I've spot welded stuff before. I know, you know, I've done this before. I know what I'm doing. I was gonna say, the reason that we do this is that heating batteries to soldering temperatures is dangerous. It is not recommended that you try to solder tabs onto a battery. Back in the day, you would do that for RC cars. You'd try to, you know, weld, solder rather, the tabs onto the batteries. And whatever metal that they're using on the ends, this sort of chromed metal that they use on the ends of a battery to make it look shiny and clean and nice, that metal does not really like to solder. I think this metal might like to solder. This doesn't. Whatever this chrome shit is that they use on these batteries does not like to solder. In the past, you'd take a knife, you'd scrape it up, and then you get a big soldering iron. You'd put a lot of current, a lot of heat on the end of that tab, a lot of flux and a lot of solder, and it would hopefully find something to grab onto. But most of the time, it would just pop off, right? And that would heat up the entire end of the battery, and it would mess with the shrink wrap on the ends. It would do a whole bunch of stuff that you didn't want to do. Nowadays, you know, we spot weld the batteries like this, tab weld. And so this thing takes over some of the tasking. It sees that there's a short and it goes, all right, get ready. And then it puts a little pulse in there. And that little pulse generates very little heat. It's enough to bond the metals together at that point, but no more. Or at the 2 points rather, but no more. So, and that's the way that it goes. Chat is getting assertive. The spot's pretty, yeah, well, it's not, it's tab welding, let's be honest. But it is a form of spot welding. It's just barely welded so that you don't put a lot of heat through it. And that's the whole point of it. And you get a bond that is good enough that you can remove it with a screwdriver if you really need to. Jesus Christ. But it also bonds the 2 pieces of metal together. Now here's where I've done it through 1 piece of metal and you had it blow out a little hole right there. So, I put solder on all the cells in the 18650 packs I was working on. Project sat a while, and now I wish I hadn't, because I have a spot welder. Yeah, I mean, this thing wasn't cheap. You know, it kind of kills me that I could have just gone out and gotten a circuit board for this, because I have a bunch of hobby batteries and stuff that I've taken apart over the years, and I really need to get rid of a lot of my excess lithium-ion cells. If I'm not doing a lot of stuff with RC, but this is going to be a useful tool, assuming that I can keep it from, you know, exploding. This will be a useful tool, hopefully, over the years. Now, I have absolutely no idea what the thinness of this material and the smallness of this battery is going to end up causing. Potentially what I could do, and the only problem is what I risk with doing this for these cells is that this doesn't fit back into there properly, because I feel like the cells need to be bonded like this, but I can't do that. I can't do that. I probably also need to put shrink wrap around the outside of them too. That are just tape. Probably shrink wrap is safer. But like, I don't know, were these welded to one another and then squished? Because it does kind of look like they were, but there's no evidence of that material anywhere. There's, you know, there isn't like a little extra metal band included with these. These look like they're larger. No, they're about the right size. So let's do tab to battery first and just give that a shot. Goes to an M3, but you're not allowed to steal my friend's car. Or no, it's not an M3, sorry. It goes to a 5 Series. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, is that if, I shouldn't be cutting these with the precision scissors, but they are pretty thin. If I do this from cell to cell, and then I bend it over like that, is that going to be thin enough that the enclosure still closes? It's probably what I'm going to have to do, because I can't rely on pressure with that setup. That setup is not set up to kind of like put pressure down on the cell. So we'll have to explore that. Here, let me see if I can just get the tab on the battery first. So like that. And then if I take, I think this thing is still on. Okay. How'd that work? How's the battery look? Did I damage it? Looks okay. A little stinky. All right, so that is down on there. That is connected. So if I take the other end here, and I put this to that, we're just testing stuff right now. I'm trying not to cause a short on these batteries, but I don't know how this is going to allow this to fold, but do that, and then take this. I gotta be careful here. God, these are like infernal chopsticks. That's about as compact as I can get it. The only problem with that is that puts a bent piece of metal right where the plus and the minus cross, and that's what this tape is around the outside. I should probably put it a little further out so I don't accidentally short these together by squishing them like this. Like if that insulation material isn't too well set up, but 100% less explodey. Yeah. So I mean, that's just how this works. It just melts those two little areas, and because you're not connecting it across the main part of the cell, it's just heating up that one piece of metal. So it's a lot safer than soldering your battery ends. But you can buy, if you're the type of person like me who has a lot of old RC car stuff kicking around, you can get the circuit board separately and then, you know, put the kit together yourself. What are you doing, man? Yeah, so I think what I should do is if I do this, I should move it up a little bit so that it's not threatening to push away and get to the negative terminal up here. Because the way these batteries are set up, here. Uh-oh, I'm smelling something. What am I smelling? Was it this battery that heated up? Accidentally. No, it was the gas from inside of here that was smelling. Yeah, smelled like battery juice. You don't want that battery juice smell. You definitely don't want it. So the way these cells are constructed, they have the positive and the negative like right next to each other, because usually they'll get it from the edge and then they'll get it from the front. So if I tag these two together in such a way as that fold doesn't get towards the edge, we'll be a little bit safer. And then maybe I can use Captain tape, or I can find shrink wrap that's large enough. But the shrink wrap that I have is too big. So we'll just work with what we got. And I'm gonna try not to short out this one while opening it. No, I think I shorted it out. God, they make these hard to unwrap. Now, do I have extras? I have some other coin cells. I think I have CR 2032s. So I gotta kind of be cautious about how I do this, huh? And then what we'll do is we'll put them up against this and spot weld it. Maybe I need to measure, maybe I need to like push this down and tape it so that it's in the right spot. And then we can push the top down on it and solder it, and then we're done. Well, I don't know which end is which. Hold on a minute. Although I think my friend said top. Maybe my friend put that marking on it. So if that's top, then we know that the positive terminal goes over here. Do we have any indicator of that? Hold on. You guys are killing me right now. Stop being a walking dictionary. Listen, nickel plating is dangerous to weld to. It will kill you and your lungs. But that we're not dealing with that much smoke. It's fine. Guys. We're not welding to a nickel plate. We're just, well, we are, but it's just like a little poop. I'm not inhaling that smoke. The smell that I was smelling was the smell of a battery being contained within a small enclosure for an extended amount of time. Why are you talking about when lithium battery? All right, whatever. Okay, so I don't know which one's positive and which one's negative, but the video you found sounds like it's one cell. So did my buddy provide me with the 2 cells? Yeah, let's look this up because I think we're at the. I was just about to do this. So I was just about to do this anyway. Was to just look up one of these remotes because we're at the point, and you guys can calm down. We're at the point where I don't know which tab is positive and I don't know which tab is negative. I know one is on the bottom of the battery, one's on the top of the battery. I was provided with 2 batteries. They have a positive and a negative. Top is labeled on one of them. Oh dear God, my insulin pump just made the weirdest fucking beep. Hold on. All right, you guys, chill out. Chill out, everybody. You guys are about to lose the fart box. All right. It's okay, everybody. Don't worry about me, all right? I know what I'm doing here. So let's take a look at the E46 BMW remote. Teardown, I guess? I don't know. We just need to see a picture inside of it. No, it's not really a teaching time. It's just a let me work. Just let me work, please. This guy probably does a much better job of taking it apart. He's already holding a bunch of knives. He's got Sugru too. I like Sugru. I never get a chance to use it. Very few. It's a 433 megahertz signal. It's not meant to go very far. So he has an singular battery and a solderable one too. That's like $30. There's a vast difference between the 2 terms that you type out. So it looks like the positive goes down, maybe. It's got that nice little wrap around it, though. Okay, that's just asking for a giant cut. Yes, show it to me in place. Oh, I want to look at that chip. I really want to look at that chip. I really want to look at that chip. I want to look at that chip. I want to look at the chip. Chat, I want to look at the chip. Do you think we can get this to open up without breaking it? I really want to look at that chip. I want to look at that chip, chat. I don't think we're going to be able to look at the chip. I don't like the noises I was getting out of it right there. This is the problem right here. This piece. This bit of glue. Hastily superglued. I think the other one's probably in better shape, so maybe we can look at it then. I'm gonna have to use tape, I think, because I don't think I have good stuff to pry. The only problem is this isn't gonna be very weather sealed, so it'll probably be liable to shorting out, which is why I'd want to use shrink wrap. Let's see if I have a shrink wrap that'll work, and I'll try to not think about wanting to look at the chip. Yeah, super glue is sometimes food, right? You don't want to use it a lot, because it's on my end of super glue, which is the end where everything sucks. My end of the super glue chain is the one where I'm trying to deal with how crappy and hard it is to remove. Why do they do this? Because the battery lasts longer than most people own that generation of BMWs. The people that I know that still have them know how to do this. For the most part. This stuff gonna work? It's such a thin piece of shrink wrap that I need. That'll work, I think. Let's use this. We'll just have to selectively cut it and heat it. Try to protect the ends of the cell in perpetuity. My older edition of this BMW key does require... It just has like a little door that you remove, right? I would like to upgrade to this key, because I think this key fits in a pocket better, and it's more intuitive what the buttons do, but... Yeah, I forget what shrink wrap this is. It's the type that you wrap a battery in, like a whole battery cell in. Like a larger battery cell in, but it's just stuff that I've had in my drawers. Let's see. Heat gun. Heat gun. I'm an American. I always have a gun in reach. All right, so this guy... I wonder if I can heat up the... No, it requires more heat than that. It requires cyanoacrylate versus the plastic that the remote's made out of. Need a license, free country. All right. Heat versus shrink wrap versus a coin cell. This is the best way that I could think to do this, which is to put it horizontally around the coin cell, shrink it a little bit, cut it, and then shrink it the rest of the way. Fuck. I don't know, though. I don't know if I can get this to work. We are experimenting most of the time today. I need something that'll hold this up on either end and have enough space so that it doesn't slip off. How about this? Ah! Put that facing upwards so we're not shorting out the contacts. No, I don't mean hot plate. I mean, I just need it to like... Oh, no, but this is too big. Hold on, I'll figure it out, chat. Let's see. I'll figure it out. I got all kinds of stuff sitting around here. What's over here? Do I have something like machine-oriented that I could use? For instance, what this test? No, it's too big. Too big. I need something that just basically like is circular and stands on end, and I'll hold this up while I shrink wrap it. Briefly. It's too big. Up here. Those are pointy. What's this? That's pointy as well. That's pointy. That thing is certainly pointy. Ow. Let's see. Dice. I wonder if I have any dice that have a flat top. No, that's plastic. That's a bad idea. Okay. Just like a, you know, maybe a bolt would work. Although that's a little close to the desk. So this, and then a bolt on top of it. This, and then just a nut. I'll stack 2 nuts. 1, 2. There we go. That's all. I just need a pad that's going to hold it up. You guys come back over here. My mouse out of the way. I don't have a ton of workspace today. All I need to do is hold this up like this for that initial heat so that it can start to wrap around the edges, and then we'll trim and then roll from there. Damn it. All these operations are like probably bad for the battery, huh? I'm trying to get my hands away from all the heat. That's the main thing. Okay, there. We got thermals on? Yeah. Watch, the first thing it does when it shrinks is it's going to unbalance and then fall over. Oh my god, this stuff shrinks a lot. Damn, this stuff is... Damn. Holy shit. Let that cool off for a second, and then I'll take the hobby knife, or sorry, the scalpel, and I'll just cut away the edges. And that'll be our battery wrap. It's a wrap! Let me do the other one while we're waiting for this to cool. Ah, capture the nut. Okay, that's one. This stuff is pretty thin. It should probably match rather the probably match the shrink wrap that was on there before, or sorry, that's on the other ones. Sorry. Just like that. Flatten it out so that everything wraps properly and flatly. Ugh, this thing is not. Please, just please work with me, please. Damn it. our system is a little bit less factory spec. Fuck. Little improvised. My glucose level is going to fall and my hands are going to end up cramping. Oh yeah, I forgot to put on a tag. We put on a type 1 diabetic tag. I didn't even know that existed. What is going on? Okay, all right. Our system is stupid. It'll work. It'll work twice. This only has to work twice. No, me and my friend would always make a joke that we're ISO like 9,000 or 8,999 compliant. Hold on. I'm gonna put the type 1 diabetic tag in there. Tags. T1. No results found. All right. Type 1 diabetes. There we go. Yeah. Now everybody who's searching can find me based on disability. All right. A little bit of heat. This shrink wrap is ridiculous. I think this is the stuff that I bought that is 1 to 3 shrink wrap. No! Son of a bitch! What the? Okay, I'm gonna roll with it. We're gonna roll with it. Just roll with it. You didn't see anything, chat. Everything's fine. Everything's perfectly fine. We're gonna be okay. We're gonna make it. Okay. So, let that one cool off. I'll take the scalpel blade to the other one, and then those will be prepped. Right now, they're kind of modern art. they're kind of modern art. Look at these things. They look like chairs from the 60s. I know they're on a weird angle, but hopefully that won't be too evident once I cut away the excess. I guess maybe I could have put them on a bottle cap and that would have kept it. No, that doesn't work. Okay, so what would have been better is if I had some kind of a form that I could have cut around, but I don't have anything like that. Knife. Where have you gone, knife? There it is. This has a relatively fresh blade on it, so it should be all right. So I'm just gonna cut kind of close to the edge, but not, especially not on the top of the battery. I don't want to cut too close to the edge. I just want to make it nice and neat. I could come up with a tool that would distance it properly, but we can't be asked to do things like that. That's too much. I'll probably have to trim it over there. Ooh, I'm like losing, like weird grip going on. Hold on. There you go. Remember to cut towards your finger in a sort of bending, jerking motion. Disclaimer, this is not a tutorial. This is an entertainment event, not a tutorial. All right, now this one, I want to make sure that I cut all the way around the rim, around the edge of the battery so that we are actually protecting the positive and the negative terminals when everything is sandwiched together. So I can be a little conservative about the distance here. I can trim it back more later. Okay, it's really close to the edge over here, so I just got to get it real close up like that. And then we can reapply the heat and smooth it out again. My hand is cramping. Freaking hand. It happens when you have a swing in glucose level. That's a little sloppy, but we can work with that. I can fix that up. It's totally out of focus here. I gotta work down here. Yeah, I gotta go through my BTTV emotes and find some like diabetes related ones, huh? But then chat might take it as their own responsibility to manage my diabetes, which I would hate. I would hate that. Had a lot of stuff happen today that made me feel like I was totally out of control of my life, which I hate. I really, really hate. Okay, let's reapply heat to that, and then it'll hopefully clean itself up. Feels like a bad idea? Nah, it might be fine. It might be fine. As long as I'm clear enough with you guys and I put my foot down enough. All right. Let's see what that does. I don't see anything, but I'm going to flip it over to crush down the ends. I'll do the same for this side. Okay, that's one. That's one battery prepped. Because I have a feeling he provided me with 2 batteries because he wants to do both of his remotes. But, like, you know, hey, we did a sloppy job of cutting the circular, shielding. But whatever. All that needs to do is make sure that the tabs inside of this thing don't contact one another. And I don't trust tape because this is a car key. It sits next to your body. It sits in, the puddle of water that you're standing in. Oops, that was the wrong button. A lot of environment is going to get into this. So shrink wrap is a very good, it doesn't repel the environment, but it does a good job of wrapping your device, and it does a good job of sort of staying stable. I mean, I'm saying that in the midst of basically every rover on Mars clearly has Captain tape wrapped around the, like the wiring harnesses, but Captain tape aside, I don't necessarily trust it to keep the environment out on like a person's car key. But that's just my own policy. That's my own spaghetti policy. But yeah, anyway, that's moderately flat. I don't know, that could use a little flattening over here. But that'll fit back into here. We need to figure out which pole is which and how many of these cells I'm putting in this thing. Oh yeah, wait, we need to do this one first. So let's do, oh, this one's all jacked up. Hold on, no, that's not gonna work. Okay, I need to redo this one. We'll save that for when I do the second controller. If we need two, I'll pull this back out, but I don't think he removed the battery from two of these things though. That's what I'm wondering. I don't think he pulled two of his maybe he doesn't have radio working on the second car key though. Maybe that's what's going on. Like some kind of a poor person, he's got to walk up to his car and unlock it manually. Ugh. Can you imagine the embarrassment? All right, so we'll save shrink wrapping the other one until we watch this. Boop. I really want to pull apart the key. I really don't want to pull apart the key. I do want to pull apart the key. Wait, flip it back over. Yes, it's got buttons. Push to start, but no keyless entry. Oh, is it one of the ones you're supposed to walk up to and just walk into the car? Okay, I see it. I see it. One of them is the RF chip, and the other one is actually one of them is a an I2C storage device. I think that's storing the number, or it might be an EEPROM, but that's going to store the number of rounds that you are on the key lock. Here. You guys are wondering how key lock works. This is essentially, this is it. This is key lock. So you have your shared key and your private key, and you have like an AND round. You go through 256 rounds of this diagram, and it will give you your special coded signal. But it's very quick. It's very fast because it does it. Here, this is the more understandable one. State register, a key register, and all your information in the command, and it goes through 256 rounds, and then it transmits whatever that sequence of numbers is that gets received on the other end. It goes through the exact same system, and it comes out as a viable signal that you can then interpret and do stuff with. So still have to use the key fob. Huh? That's weird. That sounds like a very confused system. But yeah, key lock it's pretty cool. It's cool to learn about. You get to learn about a little bit of hardcore encryption. Yeah, that's the one that I know. So yeah, you have your key register, you have a secret key, and then you have your basically the command and the car's code, the car's private manufacturer code, the car's specific code, the number of rounds, which determines part of the code, and then you have your secret key lock code, and then you have the 256 round operation. It's nuts. It's absolutely crazy. It's really cool. Boop, 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 boop. Please show me the other side of the board so that we can finish this. There he is. No! I lost it. Bring that back, you fuck. This whole tutorial is about replacing this, so. Show me. That's one battery. Back and to the left. Back and to the left. Back and to the left. So yeah, he gave me both batteries, which leads me to believe that forensically, he has one non-functional key fob at the moment. So that's probably why he's pressuring me into doing this. He was like, I was crying and he was just yelling at me, telling me that I had to do this for him for free. So, all right. So yeah, we will spot weld in place. I could desolder the two things. If I can pry the circuit board out. I kind of want to work on that a little bit more because I think desoldering it is probably the cleanest way to do it, and then I've made sure that everything lines up properly. I don't know how much wiggle room I have in this, but there is a lot of cyanoacrylate around this thing. and I kind of risk damaging the board if I try to pry it out. I can heat it up, but I don't think the right stuff is going to heat up. I keep my hand over here. Maybe it'll keep it from getting too warm. Cannibal Jesus. Hey, thank you for that. Get back to work. Thank you for the 500 bits. That's a lot of bits. And I didn't ask you to do that. I demanded it. But, thank you. Owie. Owie, my thumb. My thumb is in the danger zone here. I don't want to desolder anything, so I don't really want to go too ham with the hot air gun. But I figure if it'll help me get this thing to kind of move. Nope. Nope, that didn't do anything. That did jack and shit. That did nothing. Yeah, there's so much of this stuff at the edge of the board. I also don't want to send my clay working tool into my hand. I think what my friend did is buy a new top piece, because there's no, unless he removed the logo. No, but then the trunk open embossments aren't there. I'll get you guys a little closer. Come on, spring arm. Oh, my light's hitting the spring arm, and that's okay. Move that over there, and then everybody's out of focus. Everything's out of focus. I know it's like feels so helpless when you're out of focus. Here, bop, bop. Is that right? Yeah, you guys can see now. I'll try to keep it this distance. Try not to work up the board. I'm trying to work the edge of the board. Trying to work the edge here. About scratching the board up. I wonder if I can get... I don't really want to use too sharp of a blade here. But like if I can work the edge of that and get that to cut. I need to know that I'm on the edge, and I don't. I'm on the edge, chat. I'm on the edge. Just whittle it. Ow, man, that's really cutting into my thumb. I mean, not with the blade, but it's cutting. Geez, a lot of glue sacrificed itself for this. Hopefully the other one isn't glued like this. I can get into it more easily. I don't have both. He's kept one of them because I'm not an auto shop, you know. I'm not keeping his car overnight. There should be a keep out area on the edge of the board, but I don't know how close to that BMW is adhering in their whoever's designing this stuff. So it would be nice if they kept to a distance, because that gives me a little bit of scraping and work area. These are going to be very difficult, huh? Yeah, this is tough. I just scratched the plastic. Got that. So this whole side, I think, is open. Unless there's like a crack. I don't think I can crack the circuit board that easily. Circuit boards are made out of layers of fiberglass, and they are pretty flexible and strong. They're actually shockingly strong. Although you can, if you overflex a board, you can really do some internal damage to circuit traces and stuff like that. I don't want to do anything like that. These are not cheap keys. They were, I'd have one, because I would like this updated key for my car, because this one it fits into a pocket easier, and it's a bit more intuitive. You know, the buttons. That's open there. Just gonna keep working up the edge that I can access. I'll read chat in a second. I'm facing away from my computer right now. It's good for my mental health. Up on this side. This is dangerous. The amount of force that I was putting into that was too much for my own comfort. I think some of the other side of it came up with this. Make sure that I'm doing right by the circuit board. It doesn't look scratched. Looks okay. We're getting there. It's just going to take me a minute. Oh, there's no chat activity. Nobody in my chat talks. Are you kidding me? Nobody talks in my chat. That's fine. Wedge method. All right, that's separated, except for right up here. I don't know what the shape of the board is right there, so I'm going to try to poke at that edge. Yeah, see that stuff that I just cracked right there. There, see that gave up that whole plate now. So that should be free, and I should be able to put enough force into this by prying the rest of the board out. Hopefully without damaging it. Bam, okay. It shouldn't be too much of an ask to do that. There we go. Okay, extracted. Poor streamer key fund. Thank you for the 100 bits, Project 454. Oh no, it's okay if you guys are quiet. Don't worry. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. I'll complain about it, but it's just funny to complain about because it's kind of bad form. Oh, this is an NEC? Wait a minute. This has an NEC chip. I expected a PIC. Does PIC own NEC, or did BMW use a different system for this? Interesting. Huh. So we've got a resonator. We have a... Wait, why are there a bunch of different ones on this? What the fuck? Hold on a minute. There's like 4 antennae on... Wait a minute. There's like 2 antennae on here. Well, one of them is a coil. So I guess this might be some kind of an RF coil. Like RF tuning related. I thought it would be an... Now, there's way too much wire for that to be an antenna. That is an RF choke of some kind. So there's a choke, and then there's a not an inverted planar F. This is a regular old wire antenna. And if you added up the distance on this, it would probably calculate out to 433 megahertz. Ow, more damage to my nails, just what I need. Interesting. Why would that be in the system? Let's see what our chips are. I'm guessing that we have some kind of an I2C EEPROM and then our NEC chip there that's powering this. I wouldn't think it's an irregular design, but a lot of the remote stuff work that I've done in the past, and I'm not going to tell you any specifics about it, but be reasonably sure that I know what I'm talking about when it comes to clicky remotes. It's just, it seems a little different. Usually you'll find like a PIC microcontroller, or it might be a bespoke, it might be an ASIC. It might be a specific controller. Detect when the fob is in cabin? No, they didn't do that in this generation. They didn't do that in this generation. The only other thing I could think of is recharging, but that's not what it does. This doesn't have... I mean, the rumor was that this recharges like from being plugged in, like when you have the key in, but that doesn't make any sense because there's no storage device here. The only thing is the battery. That's just a big battery. All right, so 67, 2047. So, hold on, I gotta move some stuff away from the keyboard. 67, 2047. So what we're doing right now is we are looking up the chips that are on the board. In order to understand something, in order to reverse engineer something, basically you start with the chips. Chips are products. Chips are products that are designed to be sold to electrical engineers in order to perform a task, right? So you have an electrical engineer who goes, I have been instructed to perform this task. I need to solve this problem. So I will start looking at products so that I can electrical engineer my way out of this problem. So one of the things that I need to do is look at what specific features each chip has and figure out how to solve my problem within these systems that I'm putting together, right? So the first step for us when we're reverse engineering a circuit is to figure out what the major chips are and what they do. And that'll give us an idea of the operation of the product that we're trying to reverse engineer, right? So if we figure that out and that's enough information for us, we don't need to keep going. If we really want to, you can go all the way down to the level of taking, you know, a picture of the top and the bottom of the board, invert one, put them on top of one another, trace out where all the circuits go, draw out an absolutely monster of a schematic, and then refine it over a couple different drawing iterations until you get a professional engineering schematic that can be read from the power source on the upper left to the actual output function on the lower right. Yeah, that's correct. You know, basically you want to create a book out of your schematic. That's generally true. If you can't, it doesn't matter, but it's good parlance in order to make it so that it's readable from one corner to the other corner. You go, oh, so there's this, there's that, there's the power supply, that thing's coming in here, and then that chip looks at that chip's doing that, and then we're out. So on new BMW key fobs, this is not new. This is an E46. So check engine codes and a few other pieces of data for dealer service department. Yeah, I don't think that's what this one does. But again, we need to look up. So my question right now, the question that I'm trying to answer is, what is that big choke? Is that an antenna? And I may not be able to know. They might have created the system from the ground up. I don't know what kind of shenanigans BMW is trying to get away with on this key. I don't think they're doing stuff like storing engine codes on this. That would be clever, but I think that's beyond this generation of key fob. I think their main goals here are to make this thing as brutally efficient as possible, cough, cough, Germans, and sort of last beyond the life of the car, because it's got a fixed cell in it. They're not rechargeable. Let me check the cell. Let me look at the cell. Hold on. It's just a lithium battery. It might, yeah, this might facilitate non-battery communication while it's in the car, if it's close enough on the column. I would have to look that up, because yeah, it's an oddly large coil, and it's also placed where the key comes out. It's just off to the side. Yeah, not NFT. I know. I read it correctly. Yeah, this is just a CR 2020. It's just a this is just a lithium cell from Panasonic. It's not rechargeable in any way. All right, but that maybe when it's plugged into the car, that's what's there. Let's see what this chip is. NEC 672047. I think I've heard of this thing before. 672047. It's probably going to be a microcontroller. Jotrin Electronics. I don't care. What does it do? Oh God, are you not going to tell me what it does? Yeah, these websites are kind of cancer. They kind of hurt. Wish they didn't exist, because it's all you get. I just clicked on it again. It's the same thing. It's this sort of like, hey, you want to buy 10,000 of these? And it's like, please stop using Google as a weapon against engineers. It sucks. I2CIC. This is going to be the same thing, isn't it? Yeah. Yep. Thanks for nothing. All right, let's try to find a better picture of this. Whoa, was there a lot of lag on that? Weird. I mean, 672047. And there's like some other markings beyond that. Shush! Don't tell me what it is. 02176603. I think that's probably more of an identification and a date code instead of anything relevant. But I don't think I shouldn't need to add those numbers on there. I'm going to assume that the other chip is an I2C EEPROM, but we'll see. Hold on. Oh, look, we've got a picture with the remote on it, too. Interesting how that comes up. This is probably just going to answer the question much in the same way that chat did. Yeah, it's E46 Fanatics. NEC chip. I hope that if I will find the datasheet for the chip, I find needed components, but not found the datasheet. By my key, 350 megahertz. Green coil can have different value. Oh, damn it. Get that out of there. Fucker. By the way, you need to touch that NEC chips. Coding switches, blah, blah, blah. The key will work immediately. Nobody's talking about the chip. Kind of outdated. I think they can be obtained from some Hong Kong, Taiwan suppliers. I don't know if you could just buy a new chip for this. I thought it would be something like a microcontroller. The E46 fanatics are nuts. They pretty much know what everything in the car does, like, no matter what. I have a feeling if I dug a little bit better, I could find actual data about what the chip does. Because it seems like there's a lot of discussion about the key. People talking about key repair. Stop it, please. Yeah, they're talking about it being a microcontroller. I don't know, though. And there's an immobilizer chip, so if you'd shut the hell up, we would get to that eventually. Charging coil, I'm not sure. That's not really a charging coil. That's not a charging coil. That's basically going to be... That's not charging anything. You can't charge a lithium-ion battery. Or, sorry, a lithium battery. Lithium. You can charge a lithium-ion battery. You can't charge a lithium coin cell. All that's doing right there is that's getting power, and then it'll, within the power that it's given, it's able to respond with information. It's keeping it from using the coin cell. Somebody made a schematic for it. Well, holy shit. Yeah, see, it's just involved with that chip. So that chip is simply there for the immobilizer. It's there to give a secret key, its secret code to the car and tell it that, you know, a legitimate key is being used. Although the immobilizer isn't, I don't think it's present. That chip isn't present in the valet key. So I don't know what that's about. The fob doesn't need to be powered. Just the immobilizer needs to be powered in order to provide a secret code to the car's security system in order to keep it moving and from going into like either a limp mode or a help I've been stolen mode where you can't use anything. So the valet key is just a plastic key. That's all you need. Whereas the key with the chip that has the immobilizer actually is able to unlock the full BMW experience. So what is that chip? How does the valet key work? It's plastic. That's it. That's it. That's the answer. It is a plastic key. It does not provide a secret code. And so the car goes into valet mode. Or I've been stolen mode if I guess if something goes wrong and the key fob thing isn't provided. I wonder if it fully immobilizes the car. It's a complicated system, and it's kind of annoying when you work on your own car because certain modules in the car, if they're disturbed and it's not getting a key from the, you know, a signal for the key fob, can cause havoc. All right, what's our part number here? What's our part number here? I can't read for some reason. I think I forgot how to read. I've been out of school too long. We get a little bit closer. This is that era of electronics and like the late 90s and the early 2000s that I really like because you can actually identify all the components, and they use a lot of ASICs. You know, laptops from this era were pretty cool because you could identify all the different things that did stuff for the laptop. It wasn't all just one thing that does everything. Yeah, that's what I understand of valet mode. It keeps the car from like opening up and it keeps you out of functions like the radio and stuff like that. It keeps you from being able to open the trunk, I think. It's just a very limited mode. It's the no fun mode. 1030A from Elmos. See, 1030A is not quite descriptive enough. So what we're going to try is adding the manufacturer on it. So 1030A. Elmos. That might correct me. 1030 Elmos. Adorable. Elmo's IC. God damn it, another manufacturer. Well, sometimes they tell you what it does, and sometimes they have a data sheet when they're trying to sell it. So that should be easy enough to find. Reset or clear an Elmos 1030A. Elmo's data sheet. So it's 130A. That's what's limiting our results. I just want the PDF, guys. There's all data sheet. That might help us or not. 30A 3001. Let's recheck. I mean, we got that code beneath it, 155A 1402, but that might not be pertinent information. I'm not terribly certain about that. Sometimes I'll add that stuff, but to the search terms, but sometimes that stuff is just lot number tracking. They're just trying to make sure that an entire generation of devices that they've let out into the real world doesn't fail, and if they need to issue a recall, they can say, look for this lot number. So I don't think that's incredibly relevant. It might be, but we're going to try to work around that. I'm going to try to not use that at the moment. So, I mean, the best information that we were able to find was from the BMW forums. Those guys have had all the time in the world to search these parts. If we're just trying to find something that gives us an idea of the function, usually there's a data sheet involved in this kind of stuff. Every now and then you find these especially with cars, you will find stuff that, since the car manufacturer knows that it's going to be producing 18 gazillion of these fucking things, they'll go directly to a manufacturer and say, hey, let's work out a deal. We need this functionality. Can you provide us with that? And so the manufacturer will go, well, what can you do for us? And they're like, well, it's like, we'll buy your entire product line. And so they'll create a specialty device. Did I just cut my ear with my nail? No. I flicked and I'm like, man, that felt like I cut myself. But they'll provide like enough devices that the manufacturer can just be like, yeah, we'll spin off a special chip just for you guys. What does this say? Monolithic triple 5-volt or NOR gate. No, it's not. Absolutely not what it is. Boop. Good quality one piece. Elmos, AliExpress. That's not going to be the right thing. Yeah, it's not even close. Although it does have the right part number on the top. Automotive key driver IC for BMW. Yeah, so this is a situation where they go over to Elmo and they're like, hey, can you make a specific RFID chip for us? And then Elmo's like, ha 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 hi. No, but anyway, yeah, it seems as though it's a manufacturer specific thing. So I'm not going to be able to learn much about it. Best thing we have is this forum entry that has an actual diagram on it that looks like a data sheet diagram, but it's for the whole key. So I was hoping we could find a data sheet on this thing, but it does look like, I mean, this coil is associated with this specific chip. It really does. This speaks to me of this chip being powered on its own. I mean, there's the battery, and there we have some kind of a device, T2 SPS. I don't really know what that is. That might be an OR circuit, or it might cut off battery to the rest of the thing. I'm not quite sure what function that's providing. Maybe it is powering the entire key system when you plug it into the car, and saving the battery here from actually being used. This looks like an OR-ing device. Although it goes to a resistor to ground, so who the hell knows? I mean, it would take this over the other one, and then we've got some kind of like a cutoff there, and our switches are over here. They got diodes on them, that's fine. Those go into the NEC microcontroller, I'm guessing, and then in order to produce RF, it's sending a signal out to some kind of a 433 megahertz thing. I mean, I don't know if it's AM or FM. All right. Anyway, not to get too deep into the weeds on this one. We have a data sheet. We know what's here. I just wanted to get into that a little bit because that's kind of the stuff we like to do on this channel. These days, I don't get too many opportunities to do that because I've taken apart all the cool stuff in my lab. If I can source something else to take apart that's kind of cool, we can look at the circuit and kind of get an idea of how it works, and I can kind of tell Twitch this stuff, and I can kind of flex a little bit, and then I can also tell chat to shut the hell up because they always try to pull the rug out from under me before I'm able to actually like have a teaching moment, because everybody likes to jump on the proverbial knowledge grenade before I'm able to explain what it even is. So, all right, anyway, that's a remote circuit. We don't need to know too much about it. I just wanted to take a look at what that giant coil was, and it turns out that it is designed to power basically just it's like an RFID chip that's in the key. So when you put that key in the ignition and you turn the car on, a bunch of stuff is happening. A bunch of modules come up to power and everything, and it requests a secret code from that module. And if it's given that secret code, it'll enable you to use the full car. If it doesn't get a code from that module, it's going to start being a little suspicious of you. And if something like the radio goes away, it might put it into a mode where it says, I am being stolen. Or if it doesn't get that RFID signal, everything else seems okay, it goes, all right, we're going to allow you to drive the car, but that's it. Only at certain speeds. Your search didn't bring up Elmo. Well, it's from Elmo's company. Elmo's semiconductor company. Yeah. I don't know, that Elmo became kind of a serious guy, huh? Look at this stuff. I mean, this has nothing to do with Sesame Street, and it kind of shows. Like, it's like the elephant in the room. Dear God, this is one of the largest cookie agreement things that I've ever seen. This is like an entire dissertation about why you should allow them to track you online. I'm not buying it. I don't want you to track me online. Yeah, look at this. And it's in German, too. Like, what's up with Elmo these days? I don't understand. I haven't watched Sesame Street in a long time. I guess they must have gotten pretty serious during, like, the crime arc of the last season. All right, anyway, close this thing. Okay, so we're going to unsolder these tabs, and then I will attach them. Actually, I want pictures of Spider-Man. This is a good picture. I need pictures of Spider-Man. Okay, so this'll do. So the question is, how can I get these things like attached at the right twist orientation on that battery so that they both fit in properly? And I think I'm going to use the empty tabs in order to do that, which might power on and off the key a couple times, but I don't think that's too much of a danger here. I don't think that'll be a bad deal. So, all right, so I'm going to keep this photo up. I'm going to go over here, and let's get these tabs off of the old remote. Now, keep in mind, I'm working with a limited amount of space here today because we've still got all the simulator stuff up, because that's what we're going to work on next. This isn't not going to take a long time. I can draw something out like this forever. We could have tried to manually reverse engineer this thing. I haven't done that in a long time, where we've had to go through individual circuit connections to figure out what goes where. Just be happy, chat, that I don't have to do that. I don't have to do that lately. As fun as that is. he had a hard time of it after being a child star. He's an engineer now. Founded his own company. They do stuff with cars. And he's German now, apparently. I didn't expect that. All right, so I can kind of... actually, this is a weird shape. This is a very specifically designed circuit board. So this is actually going to be... I am not going to be able to get this thing into the vise. So what we're going to do is grab these with tweezers from the other end and just pull them through, and then I can remove the solder on them. I can clamp onto the very edge of the board. Yeah, I can clamp onto these little, like, ends. That'll just give me another hand, you know? Clamp. Clamped it the wrong way around. I actually need to access it from this side. It's interesting that it uses that chip. I wonder if my older key uses that chip, in which case if I got one of these, I could probably pull the RFID from one chip to the other, and I wouldn't even have to reprogram. Well, the whatever scheme, I don't think it's key lock, chat. It might. I thought I heard BMW used key lock, in which case that NEC microcontroller would probably have those lines of code on it. Maybe that's the case. But if that's the case, man, registering a new key, no wonder it's so expensive. You have to register the NFC code, and then you would have to register the specific key lock signals and the number of rounds and all that stuff. And that NEC chip doesn't have access to the microcontroller. It only has access to the power line. Like, it's not part of the ensemble. So it'd have to be like this whole process. And my friend said he could do it through a series of like things that you do to the, like turning the car on in a particular way. But I don't know. This is what he should have done originally, by the way. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. All right, that's not, oh, that's not even on. Boop. There's all that heat. So I use the big wedge soldering iron for stuff like this. This is a big solder pad, and so we can just pluck it like that. And then I can clean it up later. Let that cool off before I put it down on the plastic desk. Yep. I guess I can get this one from here. Nice and flat against this thing because I don't want to bend it too much. Pluck that one away. All right, now I need to go to the side of the board. I need to remove all this excess solder. Let's try solder sucking first. This is pretty cooperative though. I mean, this is not that hard. I could do this on other keys if I were, if they bought the $30 battery that has the ow, that happens sometimes. If I bought the battery that has the tabs welded to it, that's gonna hurt tomorrow. I need to run that under some hot water or something. I don't want to get a blister there, but ugh. Anyone that works in a kitchen will be like, you weakling. I don't think my show's too popular with people who work as restaurant staff. I would hope it is, but those guys can take burns, I'll tell you what, guys and gals. Get out of here, and everything in between and outside of. All right, so that's most of the solder removed from those tabs. I don't think I need to go any further than that. Take a closer look. Why? Why cook bacon naked? Why would I do that? Why not just dive into a deep fryer? Hey, why not stare at the sun? Why not jump into traffic? Like, come on. All right, let's see. Can we do this on the microscope or not? Try doing it on the microscope. We can try doing it on the microscope. So the first one's the one that goes under the thing. In order to get this properly oriented and lined up, I think what I need to do is take a little piece of Captain tape, and I'm going to put it across the backing of this. And I'll put that upside down on the remote, and then we'll put the battery on top of it. And that way I know that it's centered, if it's stuck. Oh, they're there. So piece of Captain tape. The one that goes on the bottom, which is this one, and I can just put it in such a way as to keep from covering the part that I'm actually going to tab weld. And I put that in here. Which end is which? Hold on, we got to figure out which one's which. So the positive side of the battery goes on the far side of the cell. The one that goes below goes closer to me. All right. Do that just visually. So that would mean that this goes like this. And then that, moving all over the place, like that. And then the positive side of the cell, which is the big flat portion. You know, I don't like how this is curling up a little bit. I'm going to cut this a little flatter. And in doing so, cut myself. I won't cut myself. I won't cut myself, Chad. I'm just going to trim off this part that's sticking up a lot. I guess I didn't apply enough heat to really get the shrink wrap to cooperate. I'm wondering if that tab welder is still on. I think it probably has a timeout where it'll turn itself off. Generally, the pieces of equipment that I like to use around here have that feature. All right, so that goes like this. Now make sure that I get the tape to hold on. It's not coming up over on that side. Ah, it's sliding around all over the place. That's why I need to get this other side up. The other side's like stuck down. Right about there. And get that to hold on. It does stick out a little ways. Okay, so that is, I think, on there. It looks like it'll move at any, like, yeah, it just moved. God damn it! Hold on. Hold on. We can do this. We can do this. We can get this done. Not just gonna trust myself to center it, because I'll mess it up. So I'm trying to get a piece of cap. This might be too thin. Maybe that's what I'm dealing with. But so this side, like that. Get that over the pad. This, oops, wait, no, hold on. This like this. My thumb is gonna make it not stick. And then this over top of it. Like that. Battery. I guess if I just kind of get it a little bit centered, it'll be good, but I'd rather take myself out of the equation here. There, that's nice and tight. All right, there we go. So that's just kind of like temporarily held on so that I can still access the cup that I need to tab weld in. And then see, the Captain tape is like already peeling off of this thing. I don't trust it. All right, let's see if this thing is still powered up. Still got everything plugged into it too. This isn't very flat because of the bending that it endured in order to get to where it is. But well, we'll do our best on this one, and we'll know if we need to do stuff differently on the next. No noise. Okay. So what I need to do is power this thing up. I need to hold the button for 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Okay. So now it'll give me a little bloop bloop, and then it'll go pop pop, and it'll just tab weld this on. I think I'm gonna only do one. Well, maybe we'll do two. So I'll go here. They should probably be close to one another. It looks like they went bop bop. So I'll just go over here. That's one, and then we'll come over here like this and like this. There we go. All right. So what does that do? What does that do for us? How do? Nah. This is why we have 60 FPS, so I can flail. All right. Yeah, that's on there. All right, so that's our positive contact. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Even if the record skips. So that goes to this tab. I'll line it up for the second one now. I should probably do it in place, actually. So like this, and I just drop this down. Hopefully it doesn't make electrical connections. Though I don't know if it's a tragedy if it does. It might not matter if it does. But now I can just pop this one and weld it like it is. Assuming that it doesn't get thrown up by the, yeah, this will be okay. Just like that. That is bright. There you go, chat. There you go. Beautiful. It's because it's at just the right angle to reflect the light. Well, you guys got to deal with it being a little bright. So like that. And then I got to make sure that this makes a good connection. So there. Just going to press down real hard on it. That's one. That's two. Huh. You see the little area around there that got hot. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. That edge is getting quite warm. What's going on there? Uh-oh. Hold on. All right. Anything happening with this battery? Is it overheating? Doesn't appear to be. Seems to be okay. I don't have any way to test this. That's the only problem. I'm gonna have to test this on Sunday of this week, and then we'll be able to see whether or not I actually repaired the fob or not. So, yeah, I was just worried about the look of the edge and the fact that the shrink wrap suddenly looked like it got hot. But I think it's okay. I think everything's all right on this. There's no real areas that it can short out on. Yeah, I don't see anything there. So if we just solder this back in, we should be good to go. You know, nothing's making contact. The only thing that we could look at, see whether or not it takes current when I push the button, but that's not really that much of a test. No, we can look at the voltage that's coming out of the battery. All right, let me get this thing soldered back in. Good to have the capability to tab weld stuff, though. Whoopsie daisy. Up in there. Screwed up. Oh, god damn it. It was all... the solder hadn't solidified yet. Soldering iron tip is so large that it's kind of a blunt force instrument. Yeah, working with live batteries is kind of tough. Ah! But it's cooled off. God, I don't have any room to work. That solidify. Solder is soldered. Do a quick double check on it. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of a good idea that they made the element that confirms that you are using your car, not... Oh, wait, that's rocking back and forth. Hold on. Not use any battery power. This is going to hurt. The confirmation piece that tells you that you are you doesn't use any batteries. That's smart. That's good engineering is what that is. It's only the part that remotely gets you into the car that uses the battery. Okay, there we go. There's one repaired. There are no LEDs or any other things on this that'll tell us that there's actual operation going on. I mean, technically, if I had a 433 megahertz receiver, I could probably see whether or not anything is happening on this. I don't know, maybe Wireshark could tell us. But I don't really have any means by which to test it. I mean, we could look for a voltage level on the board to see whether or not it's actually sending data out. I have a feeling that it is, but let's just see if we can get something on the scope that'll confirm whether or not this NEC chip is happy with us. And actually, first I'll do a double check. So if we're looking at it like this, our positive lead is going to the far end. Okay, I got that part right. That's good. I got that part right. So yeah, that would be repaired. The only other thing that we can do is just confirm whether or not pushing a button causes it to come to life. Well, let's look for a part of the chip. Part of the chip or the signaling schema where this thing will actually talk to us. Now, I think this thing is still on. I'm going to hold this down for 3 seconds. It made a long beep, much like my insulin pump does. I don't know what that tells us. I think that it's off, hopefully. Only one way to test. Okay, yeah, it's definitely off. All right. Well, that's cool. That's a very functional little thing. For those of you out there who are more hardcore, like more on my level, they sell just a circuit board version of this from Alibaba. You could probably take some hobby battery cells if you happen to have them, or if you have a big wide one like is in here, and attach that on your own. The functionality of this thing is pretty good, though. I mean, you could push the button on the back. You can check how much power you have in your giant cell. It takes USB-C on the back. It can charge your cell phone That's always good. Or maybe you could run your soldering iron with this thing, and then when you need to tab weld a battery, the option is available to you. So that's pretty cool. I don't know. It's a niche. I wouldn't say everybody should go out and get one because it was a little expensive. But and then this thing, I just don't know. I don't know if this is really particularly useful. Maybe if you've got to do a bunch of them, but the amount of force that it takes to push down these 2 tabs it might be a little much. Because you got to push it all the way down until the switch clicks. And I guess it makes sure that you're definitely. Oh my God! Look at the top layer of this thing. Got a different brand board-only welder for $20 and hooked it up to a car battery. Yeah, I guess you could do that too. It needs to be on some kind of a battery though, because otherwise you won't be able to draw enough current. Their top layer is not great. It's definitely, for some reason, they're printing it on a raft, and they didn't separate it very well. Why would you print this on a raft? Why? Why would you do this? God, I could design a new one of these in like a minute. Oh, they printed it like that because they wanted the hole for the switch, but like, why not? There's no real structure in there. It's just 2 bars and a switch area. That doesn't make any sense, guys. Why'd you print this like this? Oh boy, well, it's free copper bars if I ever need it, I guess. Yeah, I wanted to get a hack RF. I probably could have spent this money on a hack RF, but I figured the spot welder would be a little bit more useful. We don't need to look at the RF though. We don't need to look at the RF. That's getting at the wrong part of the problem, and SDRs are expensive and unnecessary in this application. You got to work within your limitations, you know? Can't buy hundreds of dollars of radio equipment for everything you want to do. So what we can do is we can look at that schematic, that convenient schematic. Oh, I'm just cleaning up a little bit. So we're going to have to come back to this, and we're going to have to do the other one too. But I'll put this battery, I'll put it back in the plastic bag. You know what? Putting it back in the plastic bag with the big pieces of metal and everything that came with it, that seems like a bad idea, huh? What can I do about that? I don't want to wrap it in Captain tape. That would be silly. Here, I'll use this bag just for the battery. I shouldn't have unwrapped both of them. I didn't know if I needed both of them or not. So there, that gets its own little buffer. And then I'll leave it to my friend to clean this up and glue it back together, depending on what he wants to do. I have a feeling that this topper for the key was aftermarket. You should probably just buy another one of those. Okay. This stuff goes in the garbage. And then this goes away. Knife goes away. Don't want to have the knife kicking around the bench. Solder sucker, scissors, all the sharp tools. Let's just put in the cabinet. So many sharp tools. That stuff goes there. There. You guys back up a little bit. You can see what I'm doing. Just kind of cleaning. Making room for Bother to exist in his own shop. Heat gun for now. Would have been nice if we had gotten both of those things wrapped, but the second one failed and I didn't feel like doing it again in the immediate wake of what had just happened. And I've always got the heat gun in reach, so I'll have to do that when we get to the second one. It's interesting that they use an NEC microcontroller that we don't really know anything about and we can't find a data sheet for. And then they use some kind of like devil's created RFID chip from 1 billion years ago. Because remember, this key has been present in BMWs for a long time. So they've got basically an NEC, like an RFID. They've got an amiibo in this thing, except that it's not quite. It's like an earlier version. So it's got this big antenna, this big energy absorbing antenna that can be powered up independently through its little capacitor and give it just enough time to bounce signals back. And then somewhere between this key and the current generation of keys, they went, what if we store service information on that so that a customer can come up to a service representative, they can plug it in their computer while it sits in the lot, and then when we can get a mechanic in to fix all of the stuff that the codes say, we can actually do an assessment right away. That's an interesting way of doing it. It kind of solves a little bit of the workflow. You don't have to get the car in there and on a lift in order to get all of the codes out of it. That's cool. That's kind of a cool thing. But yeah, this generation is not getting data back. It's just receiving data. It opened up the doors for that, though. All right, so if we got signal, we need to figure out whether or not things are actually functioning. And so our best bet is to put one wire of the probe onto minus. Hold on, this isn't the schematic. Bring me back. Bring me back. This one. This one? One of these had a schematic on it, and I'm going to find it. Where are you? Oh, wow, look at all that stuff. Yeah, E46 Fanatics, just insane. Look at this. Look at what these people do. EWS, so it's called EWS, the EWS transponder and pickup. Lock, unlock, rechargeable. That is not a okay. Everybody's calling it a rechargeable battery. It's not a rechargeable battery. Unless they're doing some of those advanced recharging techniques, but I don't think they are. I do not think that the battery is being recharged, because nothing on the outside of these batteries. Let's take a close look and let me see. Hold on. I'm gonna get rid of the shrink wrap. I mean, we've got two of these batteries stapled together, so. UL 2020. You can get rechargeables in that form factor? Oh, son of a bitch. I'm wrong. All right. 20mm horizontal tab, $7.99 to get the right battery for this thing. What kinds do I have? What did I just put into this thing? Have I committed a sin, or are these actually rechargeable? So yeah, I'm totally wrong. That chip we saw was a charge manager, I guess. Ah, these are CR 2020. Are CR 2020s? Well, it is 2020, so hold on. CR 2020. These do not strike me as rechargeable. Oh my God, stop flashing it in front of my face. For auto key fobs, watches, medical, blah, 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 blah. CR versus UL. I don't know what the differentiation is. And they probably don't either. They don't even know what they're selling. Oh God, everybody wants to sell you that version of it. But this one is specifically rechargeable. That makes sense. All right, so I was wrong about this, by the way. Earth-shattering kaboom. No, no, no. .535 is known to be the E61. Look for battery compatible BMW designations. Match internal plug-in. Blah, 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 blah. The diamond style key. Newers. Use a coin style battery that can be replaced with $5 investment. 2003. I'm looking for somebody to be like warning against CR 2020, you know? Yeah, it won't like being recharged if it's not rechargeable, in which case I have to buy $14 worth of batteries right now and then get back to my friend about not being able to swap in the batteries unless he happens to have me open at his office, which I think he's got meetings or something today. So, we change the battery, mod the card to disable the charging. It's $14 for it's $14 for 2 batteries. I'm not going to disable recharging. Like, this is what will keep this key working until the end of time, is that it remains rechargeable, right? If this isn't rechargeable, this changes my entire opinions about every way that this key was working previous to this. So that specific thing was part of wireless charging and sort of an NFC kind of thing. But that coil is there. The presence of that coil is there specifically in order so that when we wibble the RF fields, we can turn that back, or rather, we send a wibbly electron signal into a coil, and that creates a wibbling magnetic field, and that wibbling magnetic field gets caught in the coil that's in the key fob, and that creates electrons running around. And so those electrons running around are then basically used in order to sort of, they're redirected into the battery in order to charge it up. And that's what these weirdo friggin' chips down here are doing. Some of them, it might be this one, is basically saying, oh, I got a bunch of power on this coil right now, let's recharge you a little bit. And so this is actually a rechargeable battery. It would be nice if they stamped rechargeable on it. Maybe that's what's going on under here, but so CR and whatever number that we got VL versus CR. And I'm wondering if that's a manufacturer's designation in order to differentiate between, there's like a red box open on my OBS, and it's really creeping me out. Like, this red box is like, hey, you want to edit this thing right there? And I'm like, no, just stop it. All right, anyway. I need like a big lock symbol. Yeah, so, you know, I don't like chat telling me what's going on so that I can discover this stuff with you guys. Because like you've seen right now, I'm not stuck to my guns. I will change my opinion pretty readily. Now, these are on opposite sides of the battery. So if I pry up one of the ends, which is tough to do without damaging stuff, still can be done, but it's tough. I can pry up one of the ends and retab it, or I can try to find one that has these in the right orientation. And sometimes, nah, don't have a lot of listings here. Well, let's see, VL 2020. Let's search that. See, here's the one with the 90 degrees. So there's the one that fits, and it's twice as expensive. No, you don't want to, no. Okay, so listen, you don't want to run a little wire around because the only thing holding this battery in are the tabs. The only thing holding the battery in are the tabs. Yeah, I have a feeling if we put this into the car, bad things could happen to this lithium cell. Because I don't know what the difference between a lithium cell and a lithium ion cell. Well, the ions are the difference, right? But I don't know what the effect would be. But it's okay. So all the rumors that I thought were fake are actually true. BMW batteries do recharge by being plugged into the key fob. I always wondered about that. So I'm just going to take this out. Let's take out the liability before anything bad happens. But I don't want to run a little wire around because this thing is stabilized on the board. It probably would be okay when everything is sandwiched in. I just don't want to rely on probablys. You know, I don't want my friend's pants catching fire. So those are out. Those are fucked. Those are fucked. Those are not rechargeable. The situation has changed due to this. We want the ones with the 90-degree orientation that are on $1 billion. Well, but I also want them to get here within reasonable time. $11. One day, get it tomorrow. One day, get it tomorrow. $13. Is this a pack of 2? Tell me you're a pack of 2. 1? Okay. Nope. All right. 90-degree LV 2020 key fob, $11. Get it tomorrow. You won't regret it for long. Are these 20 millimeters? Get the calipers out just to be sure. Calipers, measure, 20 millimeters. Almost exactly. Well, what will my friend be a liar about? No, 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 no. They're all correct. It's true, all of it. The Jedi, the younglings. All right, so this is actually the direct replacement. It'll take me 5 minutes to replace the batteries if I order this. What's the count? How many are you giving me? Joke most. That's not the brand. How many do I get? Just one. 3 years shelf life. I think it's one. Well, this is $20. They're all 3 volts, but I wonder, what do the old ones say? Watch, this wasn't the problem with the key fob in the first place. It probably was. They probably were just, you know, a matter of oldness, storage, stuff like that. So one of these cells, we welded them together, but 3 volts. So those are dead lithium cells. Now they're on the ground. Anyway, we got 3 volts out of it. Yeah, let's look at a voltage chart so I can show you. Lithium-ion cells, you guys should know. If you guys don't know anything about it, oh, this is the 944th time will be the one that I sigh about because I sold my 944 back in the day. You know those in the shape that I bought my 944 in? I bought my 944 for $500 from a kid in Delaware who clearly had been doing donuts in a parking lot with it and slammed into a telephone pole. And at which point he probably shredded the timing belt and that shreds the motor. But anyway, my 944 I got for $500 and like something dollars. And that was way back in the day. I sold it for $2,000. Ones in that shape are worth like $20,000 nowadays. They're ridiculous. Not that I would have sold it. I would have kept it, but I did a lot of work to that car. I never got around to it. This is not what we're talking. This is not at all what we're talking about. This isn't even the right chart. This isn't even the right chart. So, I mean, lithium-ion cells are pretty sensitive to the voltages that they're putting out, right? They have a very stringent voltage range that they can operate within. And when you see batteries exploding and catching on fire and doing all these dramatic things, I mean, somebody probably overcharged it, and so they charged it until the voltage was higher than it should be, or over-discharged it. With lithium-ion cells, during the charge and discharge, it actually does expand and contract physically, which causes cracks to form in the substrate, and then your capacity changes. It's hard to get to happen. Having like a battery memory is typically relegated to things like satellites, where things go kind of wonky, but it does happen to consumer batteries. DigiKey has them. DigiKey takes a little longer to ship than Amazon for me. If you pay 20 grand for 944, Lord help you. Yeah, I know. Well, that's why you do an LS1 conversion on it. I wouldn't do that to a $20,000 car now. I would do it to a $500 car that some kid ran into a pole in Delaware. But the wonderful thing about the 944 is the interference engine on a rubber belt means that there was a supply of them with grenaded motors. So you could find one cheap, swap the motor out, and you would have an extremely nice car. And I wanted to do that, but I don't know if that's so much anymore. Yeah, I wonder too. I don't know what the chemistry is. But yeah, our voltage range is pretty strict here. We're below 3.2 volts on these things. So those are dead batteries. Those are dead batteries. I'm trying to find a chart that like displays it a little bit better. I don't have no good battery charts. I haven't done battery stuff in a long time. I used to know a lot about this stuff, but it's kind of dropped out for me. Yeah, this is not. All of these are their own kind of like things that they're trying to display. I don't know. I could search for a little longer and give you guys a good chart, but anyway, the point is we're looking from 3.2 to 4. What was it? 7? None of these are correct. None of them are what I'm looking for. Lithium ion. There. Jeez. So you have 4.2 to 3. What is it? Like, damn it. These are telling me the information that I want. 4.2 to 3.2. I think it was 4.7 to 3.2. Anyway, the point is our batteries were at 3.0 volts, so they were undercharged, which means they might not take a charge anymore, or it might not be safe to charge them, or it'll trigger some of the safety electronics. 3.7 is nominal, yeah. So yeah, 3.7 to 4.2. Oh yeah, here, below 3.6, it says it's 0% estimated remaining capacity. Yeah, here we go. All right, so I was just misinterpreting it. Yeah, those were at 3 volts, so they were below below any capacity that they should be at. So 3.7 is like your typical, like, I am ready to be recharged, and you go up to 4.2. That makes yeah, that makes a little bit more sense. 3.5 is 20%. I guess it depends. It depends on the system, but okay. Anyway. All right, everybody wants to. All right, up. So I am going to pull this into another tab, and I'm just going to order 2 of these right now using the buy now function, which is dangerous. $25. I guess it's all right. So I'll have 2 new batteries in, not by, well, maybe by Sunday. It estimates that I'll get them tomorrow, but that, you know, with 2 days to prepare for shipping is usually how that works. They're a different kind of, well, I don't know. I wouldn't assume they're the same kind of lithium. Yeah, I wonder what that formulation is. Either way, we're going to replace it with an equivalent battery. My friend looked at 2020 and bought a CR 2020, which I'm very familiar with the CRs because those are typically what I use in like diabetic gear. It's like the 2030, which is the slightly thicker, higher capacity one. So my impression after looking at these cells was that this thing is not rechargeable, and this was only used for communication of the NFC style code, and that's how they were getting like a lifetime worth of battery life out of this thing. But that's not true. That's not true. On that coil, I guess between the coil, this guy, the battery, and some of the electronics in here, it is able to actually recharge this device using a, you know, like your toothbrush charger style magnetic field right here. So it's a wireless charging function on the remote itself, which is clever. But yeah, anyway, I had to spend $25 getting this thing all together, and I got to babysit his dog next weekend. That'll be fun though. All right, so where's the key ring? Where's the key ring? So I kind of shot myself in the foot today. I don't know what we can work on with the sim setup beyond. Well, we can look at a little bit of the code, but it's going to take me, like, if one person asks what we're doing, it's going to take me until the end of the stream to explain it. I've got this stuff, but I'm not ready to work with it. I really kind of need to look up how I should be working with this stuff, because I'm probably going to need to put on the respirator to even open this thing. Maybe not. Maybe I can just do a little dollop of it into the jar, and then we can lower, not that kind of jar, you idiots. But yeah, I can lower the 3D print. I need to put it on something, though, to hold it up. Vanadium pentoxide rechargeable lithium batteries. What does that mean? Oh, hold on. Vanadium pentoxide. Yeah, how much is vanadium? Oh, dear God, that looks like a dangerous chemical. Should I mix this with the MEK and then just boof it? I think I probably should. Be a good time. I watched light lithium on fire, dipped it in liquid nitrogen, and glowed afterwards. Oh, weird. Weird. So what's so special about these guys? Whatever. VL battery lineup. Self-discharge rate at 20 degrees is only 2% per year. Wow! That is a long-lasting battery, huh? 1,000 charge-discharge cycles. Long-term reliability. 30 years of experience. Blah, blah, blah. Do you want to look inside of a lithium coin battery? No. Oh, okay. I guess I have to. Inner workings. Yeah, there's lithium. Great. And gaskets. Oh my God. As a general rule, model number contains V, vanadium, lithium, L, round. They're not giving you any other options, too. They're C, what does CR mean? Does the C, oh, the C stands for common battery, and R stands also for round. R and L, they both stand for round. So the 2020 is the dimensions. 2030s are thicker. Go figure, right? That makes sense. And then we got our newsletter sign up. God damn it. I hate corporate websites, man. Tell me what the deal is with these things. Why do I care about them? Light rechargeable. I don't know if we're not worried about weight. Anything heavier would make our remote feel more expensive, right? Solar energy. I don't. Yeah. Control F. VL. Oh no, it's vanadium, but get out of here. Tell me something about it. Compact, high-energy secondary batteries that have nearly twice the engine of conventional button shape. Why? Huh. One high-voltage battery, battery backup needs. This is like a tiny little battery. 1.2-volt NiCad, 2 capacitors, months of continuous use. That self-discharge rate is probably one of the big selling points. Superior reliability, and that too, withstands overcharging. So I don't care about applications. What is so special about the... BR uses carbon monofluoride. CR uses lithium manganese dioxide. Yeah. Well, okay. I'm just trying to figure out what the specific advantage towards a clickable, rechargeable remote is. And part of it is that the battery doesn't self-discharge, so if you can charge it, you're always going to have it charged, mostly. And then, what are the other advantages? I mean, the repeatability, the resistance to overcharge and over-discharge. I mean, we saw the ones at 3 volts. They're probably, I don't know how safe they are, but they're at least not, in danger of overheating, and they stopped functioning in the car. 2,000 recharge cycles. I don't know if that's particularly crazy for like a remote, or like compared to like a lithium ion 2,000 recharge cycles. I don't know. That doesn't seem like a lot to me, but I could be wrong. Switch cycles are like 20 million, right? And the thing that I was looking at is temperature stability. I was wondering if it would be stable over a wide range of temperatures. Cars swing from both extremes. They get frozen to death, and they also get completely and utterly immolated, right? In the various weather conditions that they're in, including moisture and stuff like that. But I mean, if you seal it well enough, you don't worry much about moisture. But still, the batteries that are used in things, batteries like higher temperatures, they discharge better at higher temperatures, typically. Low temperatures, typically, it's harder to get those electrons out. And so I'm wondering if maybe the vanadium blah 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 can help it function in those extremes, but I'm not seeing anything about that, so I don't think that's the case. You never know. I'm just wondering if that was the specific reason they went with that over something, like availability might have been a thing too back when they designed the remote, but it seems like they're using them in the modern ones too. Hazardous material from Japan. Yeah, nothing crazy here. I don't know. I'm just trying to get like the engineering inside about why battery? Why battery with chemical? Why do battery go? Who battery? How battery? Lithium alloy for pull and a non-aqueous solvent for the electrolyte. So there's no liquid to leak out of this thing. That's good. So here we go. Panasonic, ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Under no circumstances should trickle charging be used. All right, that makes sense. Battery voltage rise to 5 volt. Yeah, that would be bad. Fixed charging method is applied. Charging voltage exceeds specifications. It's not possible for battery pass to get over completely. If it's under specs, 3.4 plus minus 0.15. Charge current for a battery voltage of 3 volts, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Don't mix batteries because they'll explode, etc., etc., etc. All right. I like how they have all the circuits on. This is a good data sheet. This is directly from Panasonic. Yeah, this is directly from Panasonic. All right. Well, I didn't find anything too. How to turn a coin cell into a grape cell. This is yeah, it's an inflated coin cell. All right. All right, I guess I'm satisfied, although, you know, I could do the versus search. More battery equivalence is a more hardcore site. Please stop giving me these cookies. This is why I have diabetes. LV 2020 coin cells, normal 3.0. They come in several versions. Magnesium dioxide. Depending on the exact chemistry, blah, 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 various applications. Published in 2019. Okay, moving on. Yes, CR 2020s are 20 millimeters in diameter. Yes, thank you. Yeah, the numbers are the dimensions, so 2032s, which I'm familiar with, because like all of my diabetes equipment is run off of those things for a century. But the CR 2032 is a thicker battery. But yeah, the numbers are just dimensions. CR, BR, and VL are the series, and VL is rechargeable. BR, I have no idea. CR is the common lithium cell that is not rechargeable. I didn't know this. I didn't know this before today. Commonly used batteries used in watches, car keys, blah, 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 blah. Non-rechargeable batteries are commonly labeled. Yes, I get it. Negative electrode is lithium. Positive is magnesium dioxide. Their labels start with a C. Operating temperatures are that. Nominal voltage is 3 with a cutoff range of 2. Oh, so our remote wouldn't have even worked. We wouldn't have gotten anything out of the microcontroller from that because it wouldn't run at 3 volts. And the CR 2020 is a 3-volt device. Typical label examples, blah, 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 blah. 130 milliamp hours, claim the 2020. Batteries feature capacities of up to 190 milliamp hours. But that's kind of inflated, yeah. BR 2020, negative electrode is lithium. Positive electrode is carbon monofluoride. Monofluoride, huh? Singular fluoride? I don't even know. Labels start with a B. Temperature is, so what is that? 20, 30. So these work in much colder environments. Up to 85. This one's up to 70. So it goes colder and hotter for the BR series. But you only get to 2.8 volts. And it's slightly smaller. And it's got a smaller... Where is that? 190 versus 90 to 110. So fewer, less current, a little bit less voltage, and a much higher voltage range. And then we get on to our buddy down here. Oh, temperature ranges, both blah, 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 depend on the battery type and brand. All right, fine. Generically, BRs and CRs can be exchanged. Yeah, it depends on what your input circuitry is, and generally, they're okay for that. The B is for burr. Yeah. For devices operating in more extreme temperatures requiring low self-discharge. There it is. That's the sentence. That's what I've been looking for. So the temperature swing in cars is a requirement. It's the design requirement. That's, I think it's federally mandated, but they have to, you know, cars, they'll sit in the Arizona desert sun, or they'll sit in the frickin' in ice in Antarctica. This is a big deal. The temperature swing is not just the outdoor temperature swing. The temperature swing is whatever the environment is going to be subjected to, whatever the seals are subjected to. Your electronics are sitting there inside this giant layer cake of insulation, but it could also be your car's like a greenhouse sometimes, right? It's insane. So you have military grade where things are designed to be shot into the sun or into into deep space, or you have consumer auto grade, which is designed to be shot into the pole or into a desert, or you have consumer grade, which will explode. So, so anyway, So the VL series is sort of the automotive grade, I guess. 3 volts, rechargeable lithium batteries, commonly used in devices with automatic charging. Come in 2 versions, with or without soldering tabs. Well, and also with the soldering tabs at 90 degrees if you're BMW and you want to screw up all the aftermarket options. VL 2020s without soldering tabs are most often being manually recharged. Well, what? All right, being automatically recharged by the device that uses them. Yes, soldering tabs are a fairly permanent install, aren't they? Well, not for us, but for everybody else. Panasonic, featuring a nominal capacity of 20 milliamp hours, standard drain of 0.07 milliamp hours. So if you put one of these on an AT-Tiny 85 in current save mode, you could probably store it for like a few decades. That's 2020's capacity. So are these nominal 3 volts? I missed that. I wasn't paying attention to myself. Yeah, these are nominal 3 volts. Never mind. So our circuit should have been powering up with the 3 volts from the other ones. Those other ones were at nominal voltages. I really hope that the battery was the problem with the remote. I really hope it was the battery, because, you know, we could have just thrown $25 in a well. I've eaten larger costs than that. I don't care about 2016s. Hold on. I don't care about 2016. 20 milliamp hours, continuous current of 0.7, 5-6 smaller capacity. Yeah, so you don't want to use a lot of current. They can be recharged numerous times, and most are being replaced due to the age, not to the number of charging cycles. I don't know if there's any date information on the label of the battery. It'd be interesting to know. Yeah, I'm wondering if this job specifically is going to be something that's going to come up with me in the future, being that all of my friends, all the people that I know, okay, there's a couple that I don't know that will have this problem. No, wait, a couple that I know that won't have this problem. Everybody has the diamond key. Everybody has this diamond key. So I'm going to have to open these things up more in the future, which I'm not excited to do. Yeah. Healthy range is 3.2 to 3.6. Okay. Okay. So measuring 3 from the battery means that that's likely the problem. I'm hoping it is. If it is, that means that I can just go through these and, you know, pop the battery out with a soldering iron this time instead of tab welding. I don't want to have to tab weld these things. Tab welding is for a different application. Although the tab welder would pay for itself if that happened. All right, so we know everything about these batteries now. It's 4 o'clock. I got an hour and a half. Typically, I won't drag it out with you guys. I'll end the stream, but we do have stuff to do. I need to throw code into some of my other pieces of the sim setup. And maybe if we just sit here and I review with you guys some of the crap that I worked on in the past couple days. By the way, replacing the battery is like super easy. I would put that to like your typical level of soldering skill, because the tabs are huge. There's 2 of them. They're soldered only on one side of the board. So if you have an iron that you can either bounce between the tabs, or if you have just a modicum of solder sucking ability, if you can suck a golf ball down a hose, you can, no, that's no, you don't want to get solder that near you. If you've got like a desoldering braid, or if you have a like one of the little spring guys, or even just bouncing the iron between the 2 tabs, you can remove this battery very easily. The only issue you're going to have is gluing your key back together, which is sloppy. That's tough to do. But you can also buy new plastic housings for this stuff too. So, I would say this is a fairly easy job for the typical person to do with one of these house-destroying soldering irons. So, anywho, battery tab welder not needed. I was going to get a battery tab welder so that I could repair a drill battery that I had, but I've given up on that system. I think the battery it used to be up in the corner of the shop, but it's gone. I didn't want it to like burn the place down, you know? Father, what dis? What on computer? What are this? What you are looking at is the Teensy 3.2. And apart from the typical gibbering that I do around here, I am now going to gibber about my simulator setup. That was very loud. I'm going to gibber on like a madman, stream of thought, just kind of letting you guys know what I got here in terms of the simulator setup. And I guess we're going to try to throw the proper address on the various parts of this simulator setup and let's try to actually get it going. What we did last time, where we left off. Last time on Oh Bother. What we did was we put new code into the main communication hub of what's called the LIN bus. The LIN bus is a local interconnect network bus, and it's designed when you know exactly what components are going to be plugged into your system and or what components could be swapped out. So if you're a car manufacturer and you go, well, we have a radio and we have 2 button panels, or in this model we have a different model radio and we have 3 button panels, you can have identifier numbers within that will tell you what version it is, and then you can make your own code, your own, control code that's going to cater to those numbers. But the LIN bus is just a communications protocol to facilitate all of these operations, and it is moderately standardized within, I think, a couple manufacturers of the same era. So I think, and I'm not certain about this, the Monbazu wheel that I have, the wheel that's directly out of Monbazu, the E39M wheel that I have, I might be able to plug into the system and still use some of the controls on it. I don't know if it'll respond to the same code that the Mercedes wheel does. I've got 2 different actual car wheels that are part of my simulator setup. They speak the LIN bus, and they were basically the reason I went with this protocol for all of my own things. So I've coded and created my own. I've created my own LIN bus accessories for the very same reason. I've created and coded my own LIN bus accessories. They speak this protocol, but they have their own addresses. So, I can't exactly take my devices and plug them into a car. Otherwise, I might run into some problems with some of the addresses being the same things. I'm looking for the diagram. Where's the diagram? Let's look at a diagram of the LIN bus. Where the fuck? Back here. LIN bus is 3 wires, 12 volts, ground, and signal. And the signal is the signal is 12 volts or 0. Here we can just. So basically, I mean, it's very similar to. It's not very similar to CAN bus. It's not really CAN bus. You basically have one controller that speaks to everybody else in the system. CAN bus has a couple different wires doing things. LIN bus has 1. You only have 1 wire to work from. And so what happens is the LIN bus master will start a frame. And part of the frame that it starts, the signals that we're looking at, is just, hey, everyone wake up. That's the first part of the signal. Second part of the signal is 10101010. It's 55, 0x 55 in hex, which is a 0101 pattern. That gets everybody synced up on the right timing so that they can read the next part. The next part is, hey, this device, and it's not really necessarily this device, it's this address. So a couple different addresses could be monitored by a device depending on what the command is specifically. So it's, hey, this device's command, and then a little checksum at the end, right? Not a checksum, but it's like a verification that the bits are right. And whatever is listening in on that signal, all the devices, if that address does not line up to something that device can do, it ignores it and it waits a minute. Not a minute, it waits a little bit. It waits like a couple microseconds. The device who has that address corresponding to a function will perform the function or respond to the packet. So once that address is done being transmitted, there's a stop bit, and then immediately there's a response. So it looks like one packet, but it's actually a call and response. And that call and response corresponds to the statuses of things. So it could be temperatures, it could be the position of the pedals, which, pedals aren't typically on LIN bus. They're actually part of, a higher protocol system. We made them part of the LIN bus though, because we can. Buttons on the steering wheel are one of the ones, because buttons on the steering wheel typically correspond to lower priority things like, hey, whenever you can get around to it, maybe shift a gear, or hey, I want more volume on my radio. Meanwhile, the high priority CAN bus signals are like, Did the airbag go off? No. Okay. Do we need to turn on the airbag? No. Okay. It's doing stuff that's a little bit more important to the operation of the car. But yeah, there are high profile and low profile buses. There are low speed CAN buses. There are high speed CAN buses. There's LIN bus. There's all of these. There's the BMW fiber optic system for infotainment. There's Bluetooth. There's all these signals. There's battery, the TPMS system. All these signals running around cars, and they're all susceptible to side channel hacking. They all can be hacked. It's pretty freaking frightening. You get a car that's not been digital for most of its age, and that they're sort of totem pole upgrading to have more and more complicated systems. You can have things like the LIN bus be a vector in and have specific CAN bus and LIN bus interpreters, because maybe you wanted to display or maybe you wanted to turn up and down the radio based on how fast the car is moving, but the wheel speed sensors are part of the anti-lock brake systems, which are a high priority, high speed CAN bus signal. So you're like, well, okay, let's just make a module that goes between the LIN bus and the high priority, the super duper CAN bus signal. And it's fine. It's just this module that we made that we put in there. And like, it turns out, some hacker can get in there and they know exactly how it's built. So they reprogram it. And now that thing is suddenly sending CAN bus messages to your ABS module. Whoopsie poopsie. Somebody applied the brakes. Yeah, based on window position. You do all kinds of shenanigans like this. And by the way, this is me being like a member of the press, right? This is me being a reporter. I am going full blown doom and gloom. You need to know a lot about these systems in order to get into them on that level. You need to know a lot. You need to know how to get into the LIN bus, make a module, and this is just in my own very loose interpretation. My example's very loose. Like, if you wanted to get in and go between these two buses and you wanted to reprogram that specific device, the one that's blocked in yellow, you need to know everything about that. And you need to somehow get whatever device you hacked into to output the right packets in order to program that device. So there's like a lot of knowledge involved in this. So security through obscurity, you're not necessarily going to run into this kind of thing. Most of the attack vectors that we know of, the ones that they've displayed in like hacking conferences, that's key lock stuff. It's the stuff that I explained earlier where all those keys were leaked and figured out by researchers. That's not difficult to do. You have to have a man-in-the-middle attack as part of that and get the key, know the sequence, know where it is. Then you can get into the car. And what they did at the hacker conference is there was Subaru where they rolled down the windows. Well, what do you do to roll down the windows? You hold your key down, right? So you just send it a couple packets once you get through all that key lock stuff. The examples that I know of, that I've read about, of that specific vector that I'm talking about, reprogramming the tire pressure monitoring system in order to get onto the CAN bus, that's a lot harder to do. That's like research paper level kind of stuff. So I don't really know of many hackers out there with their laptop going, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, when they can just like put a gun to you and be like, give me your keys. Like, right? Like, come on. So anyway. Pretty wild stuff, security in cars, because it's like layered from very old systems. But anyway, LIN bus. The only reason that we're doing LIN bus is because the wheel already spoke that. If the Mercedes wheel spoke some method of semaphore, I would be using that in order to control the rest of the system. I just figured we have a 3-wire system that provides power, ground, and then a signal in and out to each accessory device. This is a video game controller, right? Well, I'm not doing anything high priority with it until chat finally convinces me to strap wheels to it. And then I've got my drive-by-wire go-kart with force feedback for some reason. That's not what we're doing. That's not what we're doing. I do have a Granite Devices controller that has 4 drivers on it. No, we're not doing it. I'm not building a drive-by-wire go-kart. The FBI training area, the big like car course that they have there, it has a Crown Vic that has basically swivel casters on it. And so what they're able to do is they're able to lower 4 swivel casters, and that loosens the grip of the wheels on the road. So at 4 corners, they can suddenly make it feel like you're driving on ice and you start skidding around. I always would have loved to drive that car. That sounded like a cool car. Maybe one day I'll build one. Okay, so we have a bunch of LIN bus devices, and so I started looking through my old code. Because remember, this whole system works. And I was just doing one or two tiny little upgrades. Well, now we're taking the code and we're pulling it out hair by hair and totally revamping the entire system. To remind chat, the sim setup consists of dun 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 dun. This was, by the way, this whole thing wasn't what's working. This is the result of after a couple rounds of upgrades. So what we've got at the moment is a shifter. That's that device right there. This is all, by the way, this is a SimuCube setup. So those of you that are familiar with sim setups may know of the SimuCube. What I've done is I've taken a SimuCube, that's this board down here. I've hooked it up to a 2 horsepower Mitsubishi Mel servo. That's what's sitting behind the wheel there. Through sheer luck and engineering prowess, aka drilling holes in things and then threading the holes, I have been able to connect the steering column of a Mercedes S-Class to the Mitsubishi Mel servo. I had a friction fitting, and then I made a disc for the front of the friction fitting, and then I drilled holes in the disc that would fit into the front of the friction fitting, and then 3 holes from the side that would then fit into the drive shaft. I tried to weld it, and it almost immediately blew up. I'm not good at welding, and I think that was more of a TIG job than a MIG job. It was a really bad welding job. Anyway, the point is, I got the splines, and they're connected to the wheel, and they're moderately wobble-free. So I can plug the Mercedes wheel in there, same splines as the BMW wheel that I have, but I can plug the Mercedes wheel into this, and we created... See, the problem is it takes me like an hour to explain this stuff. We'll go late today. We created a slip ring. We made our own circuit board, and we managed to be relatively mature about it. Made our own circuit board in Fusion 360, which, by the way, making a circular trace in Fusion 360 and then rendering the board, not cool. It doesn't work. You need to make like a secret trace, and then Seed Studio, because of the way that they process their boards, it was fine with that. But I had to fool Fusion into closing the lines, because it thinks that if it closes a trace line, then it's a filled-in solid. I don't know if they've solved that problem. This is 2020. Yeah, they probably haven't solved that problem. So anyway, we made a bunch of these things, and then I soldered a couple tabs onto these and filled it with dielectric grease to be quiet. And so now we have our 3 lines coming from the LIN bus able to be accessed from a wheel that spins 360 degrees. A car typically has what's called a clock spring on it, which only has a certain number of rotations, and it uses a flat cable inside of that movement. But the problem is when it reaches the end, it's just plastic hitting up against plastic, and this thing weighs like 20 pounds. And so 20 pounds sitting on a little piece of plastic when I'm trying to wrench this thing off of a shelf, not cool. So I let the wheel freewheel. I don't have any kind of a disconnect on it. Yeah, disconnect would be a good thing. But anyway, I don't have any kind of a disconnect on it, so I have to actually access the bolt in the center of the thing in order to remove the wheel. This was an old joystick setup. So this clamps to the side of a table to hold 2 joysticks. And I've still got that setup. I just have revamped it. So this clamps to the side of a table, holds up 2 joysticks, and then I put a bar on that, so now I can put a shifter right there. Well, like I said, all of my friends have diamond keys. So what they've done, and the old meta with the E46 M3, was to get the Steptronic one. And everybody hates the Steptronic shifting system, and they say that this is the most reliable part of the whole thing. This is a shifter. This is actually a sequential shifter, and it's pretty cool because it's designed to be a self-contained automotive piece of electronics that has the feel. It has that rigid feel of a shifter. It's got all the springs in all the right places, right? So I was using this for a while. Here, this is the right way there. Reverse, neutral, and then you put it into this mode and you can shift up and shift down. So we reverse engineered this, and it turns out that, I don't know, it's some kind of a miracle that this thing functions properly, because the circuits within this piece right here are absolutely mad. There's some stuff in here that looks like it was designed in a weekend. If it works, it works, but it's crazy that they got away with it. You know, we're talking like a circuit board cutout, and then a trace has to come down and around a cutout, and down and around a cutout. And on one of them, they used this circular line, right? And it's all smooth. The other one, they use hexagonal, just 45-degree turns. Crazy shit like that. Just weird inconsistencies. I think it was upgraded from having physical switches to having magnets. So that shifter was okay. We got this working okay. We made a little box with an AT-Tiny 85 in it, a very small microcontroller that could then, it had a little LIN bus interpreting chip. We made software for the shifter. I programmed it into the AT-Tiny 85. I blew up about 75 of these fucking chips trying to get this thing working, but eventually it worked. Okay. For the pedals, we have a load cell and 2 potentiometers. So this little guy right here, those are the connections for a load cell. There is a load cell driver chip on this, an AT-Tiny 85, another one of those little microcontrollers that I blew up another 75 of trying to get this thing running. And then 2 potentiometers. And so we have 2 devices now and the steering wheel. The steering wheel has its own packet. We made up a packet for this, and we made up a packet for this. And we ended up getting all 3 of these devices communicating with this microcontroller right here. So this microcontroller right here is a Teensy 3.2, because after all that work with the AT-Tiny 85, I could not be asked to try to work with the microsecond timings without having a properly fast device. Also, this is scalable, and yeah, it's very nice. What's going on here is we've got all of the creation of the 12 volts and the various voltages to run the electronics over here. Hold on, I'm burping. So many beans. Okay, so we have all the voltage regulators sitting over here that are going to create 12 volts for the LIN bus. We can feed LIN bus properly. This is a 48-volt power supply because this is a very large motor and it needs a lot of voltage to run properly. So 48 volts, a lot of amps, going into the Granite Devices controller. It goes into the only microcontroller that I could find, sorry, the only Pololu voltage regulator I could find that worked up to that voltage, creates the voltage for the LIN bus, and then we have another one of those chips here that's communicating with this guy. What happens is this will call out for the packets, interpret them, and then it flips the switches, because the way the Granite Devices controller works is initially you plug in Ethernet cables, and then you use those Ethernet cables and you wire them up to your buttons and switches. You see, this would be much better for a system that does not have a digital bus running. There's a very limited number of pins, too, with this whole Ethernet cable thing. So you can only have so many switches and buttons. But in order to operate the buttons, you know, I've got a ton of them on the steering wheel. If I were to get all of the buttons on that steering wheel running on this system, I would be using up all of the external connections on this, which is crazy. The Simucube itself supports like 180 buttons, right? Which is the maximum, I think, that that Windows allows or something. So it supports a lot of 128. It supports a lot of buttons, right? We don't have access to any of those, which is kind of annoying. The way that we access them is through a different protocol. We're not going to look at that today. I do want to do that reverse engineering soon. But anyway, so we have 2 digital potentiometers that are going to fool it into thinking that pedals are being pressed. And then we have a port expander that fools it into thinking that buttons are pressed. So right now, what I want to do is readdress all of these things so that they work with one another, because I will be testing the pedals. Dun, dun, dun. Have those been there the whole time? How have you been sitting down? These pedals, can I even show this? I can do this. These pedals are connected to my office chair. See right there? Those just connect right. Basically, there's like a headlight bar connector over there that's connecting that to the piston. The 80/20 rails that you see here were a keyboard shelf on my computer. And then I've got the pedals out of an oh God, I don't even know. It's like a 2015 BMW. I just went on eBay from an eBay BMW. E46, E92, eBay. So I have been working on getting this clutch pedal to feel like an actual clutch pedal. We did some kinematic equations, figured out that we need like a 100 pound per inch spring in order to make the clutch pedal feel like a clutch pedal. Those springs came in the mail, I put it in. This is close enough. This feels very much like a normal clutch. I can rest my foot on it. That's the important part. So that went a long way towards making this thing feel like an actual set of car pedals. The next thing that I did, I know this is like, yeah, I'm looking at you guys. I'm looking at you. I'm reading chat. It's just, I'm like, this is a long explanation to tell you guys all the stuff that's going on. We did the kinematic equations on the brake pedal, and it turns out that at this distance, to get to 50 kilograms, which is what the old load cell was, basically I need to put 2 pounds on the end of this pedal, which is not a brake pedal. That's not going to feel like a brake pedal. It's going to feel like a very sensitive thing, and I'll have to maybe do some scaling on it, because I don't necessarily want to have to press the brake at full car. You know, I don't want a full car brake. Two pounds is okay, but in order to make it not blow up this whole thing, because like this is 50 kilograms. That's like 300 pounds, right? Or am I wrong about that? How much is 50 kilograms? I would ask the voice lady, but I don't want to activate other people's voice ladies. Somebody do the equation. That's 110. All right, so that's almost half of an American. That's like 1/3 of an American. 110 pounds on this thing, I can do with my hand, right? Like I can get this thing to hit the end stop over there. So I don't know if we're reading a full 110 pounds or if the bracket up here is bending, because this is just it's an 80-20, like a 20-40 bracket. It's an aluminum L piece that I've machined to have 2 extra holes in it. I don't know if you guys, it's like hard to see because everything is so compact in here. Yeah, that's this piece right here. So what I did is I went into Fusion and did some measurements, some angle measurements and whatnot else. And I basically made it into a hammerhead, which is weird and kind of hacky, but it works. And excuse the filament color here. It's just because I just ran, like 3 of my spools just ran dry. All right, hold on. I got to stand up. My legs are falling asleep. So yeah, I put a backstop on this, and that stopped the user from having a sense of being able to put their entire weight into the pedal. But the problem was the entirety of this pedal box started to flex. So I tied down the 2 ends with these 2 bars, the one all the way over there, and then this one over here. 2 bars tying everything down. That added a bunch of stability, but the pedal like container, this piece itself, I think it had a bolt going through the top, which kind of anchors it to the dashboard, because there's 2 bolts that go through the firewall, and then there's the piston that sticks into the car. 2 bolts into the firewall. The hydraulic piston sticks into the car. The clutch's hydraulic piston is inside of the vehicle, which is not great, but that's just how it is. And then the gas pedal's fully digital. So you have that hydraulic cylinder sitting here, 2 bolts holding it in, but it's holding it into like a specific cutout. And then I think there's 1 extra bolt up here to stabilize everything. So instead of putting a bolt up here, which I don't have anything to bolt it to, this is designed to be taken down. So I can have a quote unquote car. I can have a simulated car that feels like a regular car to drive, but I can unbolt it and have a normal office chair again. So I don't have anything up here to bolt it to. So instead of that, I put a bar, a leftover, like a axle, one of these hardened steel axles. You know, I got these sitting around for Burn the Subs. I cut one to length and got it positioned against the very strong 2020 support. So when I put the brakes on, I'm putting force directly out in this direction. All that bending force is going into here, which has a lot of bolsters on it. It's basically kind of close to where it's supposed to bolt in. And then down into that piece, which isn't going anywhere. So I've managed to actually stabilize this stuff. This feels very, very strong, and it feels like it'll, repeatedly feel like a car to me. I just need to manage to get all these things into the right positions. Whew. That's the setup. I'm gonna use the bathroom, and then we'll open up the code, and I'll start futzing with things, huh? I'll show the whole system on camera. I think I can. Are loafers acceptable office shoes? You think I'm wearing loafers? I ain't wearing loafers. They're Irish setters. These are boots. I like to wear something that's a little closer to boots than sneakers. Oh, you're about to start one. Yeah, people wear loafers. Yeah. People loaf. Don't put a penny in them, though. Yeah, just wear Timbs. Timbs are always acceptable. All right, I'm gonna put up a BRB. I'm finna loaf. Yeah, wear slippers. See people wear Crocs? What the hell kind of office are you? Kind of hedonistic fucking wasteland are you? All right, boopity boop 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 boop. Let's do a BRB. I'll put up Big John, who's the DJ in this case. That's not what I'm. Boop. All right, I'll be back in a minute. I need to pee pee. There's a good view. All right. What never? Where are they? What the hell? What never? Yeah, I know you'd do anything for love, but what? What is it? What won't you do? I had a comment once that the people were talking about, I forget what they were talking about, but I'm like, it's like that song Around the World. I forget all the lyrics though. The pandemic changed office wear. Yeah, I guess so. Oh yeah, anybody in industry. Have you seen the Croc boots though? That's that's what you should be wearing. All right, I don't think I need the multimeter. We need to program a bunch of devices that were programmed originally in Digispark. Since doing this project, I've learned how to really harness the full capacity of the, what do you call it? Whatchamacallit? Why do I always quote that stupid commercial? Since actually doing this project, I have learned how to fully harness the power of the ATtiny85. I know how to use all of that microcontroller now, and I could probably make this work in a more hardcore way. But with the Digispark system, I'm at least able to plug into these things and reprogram them. And you know, one thing that I could do, or could have do, that I could have did was being able to remotely program these things and having them store a little bit of data on their own. Getting into the EEPROM of the ATtiny is annoying, We did it in the last project that we did, the RC car controller, but we, you know, I didn't know anything about that kind of stuff back then. I didn't know how to access and utilize the internal storage and then verify the internal storage on the AT-Tiny. By the way, the pièce de résistance, the thing that makes this entire system work, this right here. Yep, it's your grandma's wedge pillow that she uses in order to be able to drive, and I stole it from her. This right here, this wedge, will support your thighs. Those of you that are into that sort of thing, it'll support your thighs instead of you putting your heels down. Your thighs will be held up and it'll put less pressure on the heels. That makes it feel more naturally like a car. It's still an office chair, but the wedge pillow will help you make it feel more like you're in a bolstered car seat. All right, let's get back to all this. Jeez, what's that noise? I gotta scooch that out of the way. I've been sitting on that seat for a week with all that stuff attached to it. Let's get this out of here first. Hold on. All right. Give that a big old pause. Quiet. It is now quiet, and I can think once again. Oh, Lord. I had like the most interrupted sleep on the planet last night just because of, it's garbage day. It's garbage day. And so, there are a lot of interruptions around here. I sleep right by the street, so my window shaketh. I put in earplugs and I went to sleep, and then I woke up in the middle of the night with one earplug, and I just couldn't be fucked to find the other one because I was like rolled over onto my pump and my infusion set was threatening to come out. And so it's just like, all right, just go back to sleep. Go back to sleep, wake up in the morning. I feel somewhat rested, and I'm not wearing earplugs. What? They're like in the bed somewhere. I tried. Okay, so I've got 2 programs open. We're gonna have to get into the other ones. We have defined new addresses for, I always say addresses, and then my brain goes, is it addresses or addresses? I'm pulling a Rich Evans. I don't know if anybody knows that. If anybody gets exactly what I'm getting at. I just said again. Okay, so the last time I had this code open, chat, the last time I had this code open, that habit that I have right there, we got to get rid of that. We got to get rid of that. Oh, it's okay. It's that way. I got it. Listen, I'm saying a lot as like a transitionary thing, just sort of to prime my brain into saying what I need to say next. I need to pause. I need to not say anything. Because those ums are a tick. And those ticks show up when you do public speaking. They're bad. They're like saying like too much. Or going or Occasionally those things are fine. Saying every now and then is okay. I noticed that I was doing it way too much. Right now I'm very cognizant of what I'm doing in between of each sentence, which means I'm probably a little bit more distractible. But when I start going I start speeding up, and then I'll talk faster and faster and faster. Nobody has a chance to catch up with whatever the hell I'm saying. And that's where I get a lot of, wow, you're so smart, but I have no idea what you're saying. That's kind of a failure on my part, is when people can't follow along. Some of our projects do get very complicated, and it takes me a lot of gibbering in order to catch up. But I've found some YouTube channels. One of them talks about swords a lot, and he gibbers. And I noticed that that's kind of what I think. I'm like, I can relate to how this guy talks, but it is gibbering. Gibbering and gibbering and gibbering. And I'm like, I don't want to sound like that. I need to slow down, and I need to be more intentional with my speech, because I'm up in front of a bunch of people, right? It's wild. I don't know. If I was up in front of a room with like 100 people who weren't paying attention to me, I would not be as comfortable as I am right now. So, all right. We redid some of these. The only one of these that was correct Oh no, I'm not gonna say who, because you're not gonna pin me down for calling somebody gibbering. All right? You fucking ask me who I'm talking about. Hell no. No. Listen. This is like internet stuff, and I don't want to be interpreted as saying negative anything about anybody. That's horrible. Man, you keep putting that Sarka mode in there. Where did he get? I don't even want to know. I don't want to know anything about that Sarka mode. All right. The only address that was correct here was the wheel. And so we went through, and this is just the nonsense of my calculation of what the addresses should be. The Lin bus is kind of specific in the way that it's supposed to be laid out. So, oh yeah, and by the way, you won't hear me you won't hear me confirm or deny whoever I'm talking about. It's just anyway, I was just kind of like, the way the person was talking on and on and on about something, they were clearly very interested in it, but I wasn't able to process it. You know, the ADHD brain in me and the ADHD brain out of me, the one that I have in the jar, they just couldn't pay attention. So I need to work on my cadence, my speech patterns, my speed of thought and processing. No, we're not. So one of the things that I would love to be able to do is to send a signal that will turn on the backlights of the wheel. Turn on the backlights of the wheel. That's possible, but I don't know what that is. I mean, we can try it right now. I don't know what I would brute force to get there. Maybe if we can just find Lin bus backlight address. This is an animated tutorial, which we don't need. We know what we're doing. Put on your speakers. I've muted even harder now. Electronics. Oh, Melexis. Driving green solutions. Ding, 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 ding. Doo-doo-doo. Oh, this is like a 1990s movie intro. That is a hideous logo, guys. That's hideous. Come on. Yeah, they came up with it a long time ago. We can't be too critical. So Lin beams laser beams back and forth, and here's actually, oh my god, with enough chromatic aberration to make it not look like it actually is a thing, and for some reason purple over blue, we can see that there is a bit that the line is held down in order to indicate that other stuff needs to communicate. There's our 5s that'll sync it up. We have an ID area, and then we have data coming back in from the other device. But this isn't going to tell us the address for lighting. This probably isn't going to give it to us. I don't know if it'll be common between manufacturers, and what we're looking for is Mercedes. Mercedes is not incredibly reverse engineered, and it's not incredibly internet-y, right? They're not exactly sharing all that stuff. With BMW, and the reason why most of my... It's not the reason why, but one of the advantages to using BMW stuff is that people are fucking insane with BMW stuff. People are insane with BMW stuff. They have fully reverse engineered all of the hexadecimal memory addresses of the car's computer. Like, they know a lot of stuff. They know their stuff really well, and they publish it all in these BMW forums. So they're a huge advantage to this sort of thing. We have a Mercedes wheel, so I don't know if I'll be able to find anything, but see, like, I don't know where we'd find this information. Like, I mean, diagnostics, but I don't think that's gonna... Everything we're gonna get is gonna be a very surface level explanation of it, and I don't think there's a unified code. If VW, I mean, VW people are similar. Maybe if there's a VW list. How about Mercedes Lin bus? No, wait, what the fuck was that? Why did it just suddenly jump? What happened? Wait, what was that? Mercedes Lin bus. You think maybe GitHub? That's a weird one, but it's an awesome LIN-bus tool. A curated list of awesome tools, hardware, and... Jesus Christ, dude. JKIV just, like, fucking launched a smart bomb at the problem. Holy shit. Parse LIN description files, receive signal names and frames. So if I had an actual car to communicate with, that would be nice. Boy, oh boy, would that be nice. There was a time when I plugged, I think it was a Chevy into a CAN bus, or rather a, what the hell was that thing called? An OBD2 plug and like reader, and we were able to get a bunch of the signals that were flying around. If I could do that for like a bill a second with somebody's Mercedes, I would be happy. I'll take smart, but I prefer sex. Well, whatever. You get what you get. Because you basically like lasered the problem. You're like a laser hair removal for that problem. What does that mean? What is that? What does that even, what am I implying? Tom Jones stuff. No. No. Tools able to parse LIN description files, receive signal names, LDF, receiving data, automotive LIN descriptors, parser for retrieving data, LIN-bus converter, sorry, LIN to USB, Arduino-based LIN-bus stack and signal interceptor. Yeah, if I'd found this page when we started the project, we would have been in better shape. I brute forced it, and I think primarily the reason that I brute forced it is I didn't have these kinds of resources, and the LIN-bus stuff that we found for the Arduino, it wasn't all that good. It didn't really work all that well. LIN-bus FAT. Oh, where'd FAT go? That's for the Raspberry Pi Zero. UART to LIN-bus on Android, Volvo LIN-bus reader, LIN nodes, firmware and PCB designs for various LIN network nodes. Intended for retrofitting old vehicles. Oh, that's kind of cool. So if you wanted to update your old car, you could use some of these. That's cool. Man, the digital stuff. So man, you guys, the Arduino, right? The Arduino. It's like, man, the Arduino, I don't like it because I'm a hardcore microcontroller person, and I think you should have to live in registers and stuff and have to move ones and zeros around a microprocessor like I had to do. You have to suffer like I did in order to do the cool things that I know that I could do if I had the time, right? That's sort of the like gatekeeping of microcontrollers in the background. Meanwhile, everybody else has foraged ahead and gone, hey, you, normal person. And the person's like, fuck me, what? Like, you could use something to improve your life, right? Yeah, I'm working on an old car. I wanted to put new electronics in it, but I don't understand anything. Well, we have a project for you where you can just fucking put code onto a microcontroller and you can start doing the thing you wanted to do. We've simplified the process. You don't have to learn about registers and all kinds of weird stuff like that. And it has pushed forward the possibilities from people like artists doing really complicated, interesting stuff with electronics. So like, this is what I'm talking about, especially, I mean, this is near and dear to my heart because it's cars, but things like being able to put even old LIN-bus stuff in an even older car because you have the right module and somebody's done a little bit of work that would enable you to use this sort of thing. I love this. This is amazing. You could wash your car while you drive. Yeah, get out of the 50s. We're not talking about the atomic age kind of car stuff, but what I mean is that you can do, you could put like a modern Chevy radio, I don't know why you would do that, into your older car with stuff like this. Yeah, LIN protocol implemented over the Arduino APIs. I bet if I looked at this, I would be disturbed by how they're doing it, because they would probably do it in a very similar way as I did. So I'm not going to try to reinvent the wheel, but the LIN nodes is kind of interesting. I just want to look at that real quick. Oh, do we get a picture of this? Hello. Common boards. So we got Eagle and PCB, data sheets for parts, protocol definitions, and generator. I might want to look at common. Nodes. LIN bootloader core. Bootloader installer. Oh, dear God. Is this going to use a Raspberry Pi? That'd be kind of wild. Shared code. Network master node supports 7 switch to battery and switch to ground inputs. What? Okay, 3 volts and then USB link. I just want to know if these guys have tables of addresses somewhere hidden deep within their projects. Lin types? No. No. Node ID power. What? What are they doing with LinBus? Is this like electrical vehicle conversions or something? I think what they're talking about is buttons, though. I think that's what's going on here. I don't understand anything of what I'm looking at. I'm going to get out of here before I get overwhelmed. Before I get scared and start running. Open Lin. Callback, diagnose, checksum, Lin master example, timeout, init, translation, update, callback, pick 16. No, this is just an implementation of the overall thing. See, I'm just wondering if somebody in here has that backlighting signal, because if I could do that, we could try to program it into this right now and see if we can actually get it working. UART to LinBus on Android. Oh boy. Well, there's my tool. All I need to do is plug that into somebody's OBD2 connector and start reading signals, and then I'll run away like a criminal. I got you now. Man, come on. Somebody's got to be able to. Retrieving data of an automotive protocol. See, I think a lot of this stuff is just basics. This is not going to help us. The Wikipedia article. I don't know how much commonality there is either. Yeah, see, it's just like addressing. Oh, applications, roof, steering wheel, seat, engine, grill, climate, door, and then illumination. This is the one we want. This one right here. Give me more information about this, Wikipedia. That's all I want. We're going to look at my NAD node addresses. Where's Turbo NAD? Turbo node addresses. He's probably streaming now. This is part of the PID protected identifier. NAD values are on 7 bits, so in the range 1 to 127. Oh, no, there he is. It's a composition of supplier ID, function ID, and variant ID. So having supplier ID in there means it's going to be Mercedes specific. But if we can get the range of lighting commands, this might be very specific, though. You can obtain a supplier ID by contacting CAN and Automation. Yeah. Although we do already have the steering wheel ID, so if we could parse that out from there. Because the steering wheel ID is already a function. Like, we brute force this. There's only so many addresses, so many addresses, Jesus Christ, that you can get to with LinBus. And I could brute force them, and actually we'd have less brute forcing if I do the parity bits as well calculated in the brute forcer. The problem being that we don't know what other data it wants. It seems like lighting would want to get data. Like, we'd have to send it something, and we don't know what to send it. In the later versions of the protocol, which would be so much more reverse engineerable, oh my God. In the later versions of the protocol, certain addresses, like there's a location on the addressing that tells it how long the packet is supposed to be. That would be wonderful. That would tell us exactly the information we need. But, ooh, look at this. Did you find a link? Linky link? Or are you just saying, ooh, look at this, the programming? Where's this? What am I looking at? Oh, that's the shifter. Oh, okay, you just got back. Sorry. I thought you found something relevant. I was like, yes! No, but I would love to know what the lighting address is for the whole system and be able to change the backlighting, because it's got orange backlights on some of the stuff. We could put LEDs in some of our other things. I don't know if we'd be able to do... Well, the pedals we wouldn't be able to backlight. That's fine. We'd be able to put a backlight on the shifter, though, which would look stupid. That'd be great. But yeah, the addresses that I've got here consisting of this little part right there, and then it's got a parity sitting after it. So the parity bitch over here. Public speaking perfection. What, you mean I'm doing good? I'm doing good and you're able to understand what I'm saying? With all these Johns over here? What the fuck is that plug? Dear God. List of network buses. Nah. Nope, 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 nope. I want this, but, you know, that's not standardized. Lin Illumination Protocol. GitHub. I don't know, GitHub's probably not a good thing to put behind it, but give me some documentation, you guys. Library and examples for local interconnect network on Arduino. Develop the Machinima. Oh my God. M2. Okay, so it's for one of these Arduinos. Yeah. Do you think my 1990s Winnebago has LIN bus? Not right now, it doesn't. That can change. LIN to LIN. M2 acts as a sniffer, master, blah, blah, blah. Sniffer. Microchip. Analyzer. Application note. This is nothing. Why did this come up in the search? Maybe let's look at the examples. The examples are just going to be, yeah, sniffer. This is just going to be a pic file. Negatron. That's not going to help us. Damn you. Was this the page we were on before? Man, these guys have been hard at work on that. When has this stuff been updated? 2 years ago. Okay, so it was around when I was working on the steering wheel. Why didn't I use these? Where was the interior lighting documentation? Oh, hello. So this might not give us what we want, but interior ambient lighting module with LIN interface user guide. I have a feeling that this is going to be like a microcontroller. But let's just see. Let's dive into it and see if we get any, because maybe they'll give us a range of addresses that we could pool off of and try to poke at. You know, I don't, because remember as if any of you were here when I was working on that. When we pulled apart, what is this? Is this the same thing that I just found? No, this is on semiconductor. Okay, we'll look at both of these. So, okay, so when I started working on this project, we took apart the steering wheel. And we looked at, God, I have too much hair right now. I'm just going to do this for the rest of the stream. Wait, here. All right, perfectly dignified. Yes, hello, welcome to my stream. So today we're going to be looking at spiritual energy and how it can relate to your position in the cosmos. So get your chakras ready, because we're coming for you. All right, anyway, no, what I'm going to be doing is, what we did, what was I saying? What we did was we actually started with the steering wheel, right? I started with this freaking $230 steering wheel refurbished on eBay. And I was like, yeah, Mercedes steering wheel. It's got paddles. It's got 1,600 buttons on it. This thing is great. Let's figure out what we got. There was no airbag on it, so we removed all the plastic from it. At the core of this thing is a big honking circuit board. Now, there's a couple signals that go through that clock spring. There's LIN bus, and then there's airbags. So there's 2 airbag detonators, just in case one of them fails. So I've got 4... No, wait, no. There was no airbag that came with this one. It was the BMW that I actually had 2 airbag detonators that I now have in an ammo can. Those are dangerous little fuckers, those things. Those will fuck you up. You got to be careful around those. Static electricity can set them off. And there's no leads on them to twist together, so they're hard to safety. Be careful around airbags is what I'm trying to say, chat. But anyway, so there were no airbags on this thing, but there were all the connectors. Actually, no, there weren't. No, there weren't, because ignore me. There's a horn connector, and then there's a connector for each bank of buttons, and then there's a connector for the paddles on the back. The problem with that, we took out the circuit board, and we took a look at the circuit board back and forth. Have you ever seen an airbag can send a person like 6 feet into the air? We took a look at the circuit board and took a look at all the electronics on it. I think I have a picture of it somewhere. I just went, the buttons are in like a matrix. What I mean by that is, that, what the fuck was that? Advantage Dental Matrix buttons. What the fuck was that? Okay, all right, you freaking asshole. Why do I want dental? Google is broken. It's broken. It's just broken. This is untenable. Ridiculous. I'm looking for the most common fucking thing in engineering, and I get like a picture of the interior of somebody's fucking mouth. What? Ridiculous. All right, anyway, if you want to save pins and you have a lot of buttons, matrixing your buttons is a good idea. If you want response time from your buttons, and for instance, a controller, like a game controller, and you want to be able to have interrupts, you know, based on the buttons and everything, all of the stuff that you're pushing, you want it to respond immediately. This is not the way you do it. But matrixing your buttons, very effective. You can get a lot of buttons into very few pins. And so what Mercedes did is they have a 6-pin connector on each side, and they have like 9 buttons or something, or like 12 buttons. So they have 12 pins for 12 buttons. But either way, what they're doing is they have a weird method of activating each bank and sensing which button on the bank is pressed. So that's the way Mercedes is doing it. We looked at it, and it didn't really make any sense. It didn't sort of disassemble into a matrix like this, and it would be annoying for me to implement my own protocol. So we decided to work with the LIN bus on this one. You just do this at the same time every day, don't you? What does this? Why? What is your motivation here? What's going on? So yeah. I would put it down to being very regular, you're right. Yeah. So the original steering wheel used this method to figure out where all of its buttons were, and it had a single microcontroller on it. And I think the microcontroller supported LIN bus. I'm not certain about that. I think there was maybe one chip that did LIN bus, and the other microcontroller pulled all of the buttons and stuff like that, right? And it's all on the one microcontroller. So when we look back at the data sheet of something like a LIN bus lighting controller, this could operate on a completely different set of signals than the original steering wheel. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the steering wheel was its own Mercedes-built thing, and it may speak its own Mercedes signals. These kinds of things might not agree with it, but we'll look at it and we'll see what it has. See if we can figure it out. Airbag was the trigger word. Could be. No, it happens around this time. Every stream around this time, there's just the fartalanche that comes from the west. Ramirez gets the best parts. This is rigged. I can assure you that if you look at the code on GitHub, my voting booths have my code is fair. It's open source. You can find it on GitHub. You can see that all it's responding to is the API call from from Twitch. My glucose level's crashing. This feels hypoglycemic. I don't know why. It does. I don't feel good. I feel like I'm low on blood sugar. I wonder if I need to calibrate this shit. I don't think so. This thing doesn't really drop out of calibration. It's weird. I feel low right now. All right, I'll just ignore it. I'll just ignore it, and then if I start sweating, then I'll do a glucose level. Yeah, maybe there's not a lot of air in here. That's possible. It's possible you guys are sucking all the farts out of the room. Okay, so what we're trying to do is we're trying to figure out how to control backlighting. We're seeing if we can scholastically figure out the answer to this problem. If we can get a hint of what address this thing exists at from these data sheets, then I can program in a call to a signal and see if that does anything. Warranty registration. Why is the product overview so far down? Oh my God. All right, all right. Number in Verilog format? What? Oh my God, are we gonna have to use Verilog format on this thing? So we're looking for the addressing information for lighting. But it might be manufacturer specific. I would like to get the backlight on this thing working because I have a little, again, another one of these little upgrades that my friends do to their why not tag along. What the hell is that? I don't even know what that is. What is this, like the programming streams where they're like, why don't you use my very specific and hard to set up thing? Another one of those upgrades that people do with the BMWs, or at least my friend did to his Garage Queen car. What he ended up doing was he took the little lighting panel and he replaced it with a Europino. I read, you guys are a Pinot. OctoJ's comment rolled in and it almost immediately got into the stack register of my brain. And since I was just directly outputting it, I just said the letters that I'm reading. I cannot read and talk at the same time. It straight out the mouth. I'm on Burgundy. So anyway, you peenies. One of the upgrades that people do in their cars, they take that little lighting control panel, or at least that I'm aware of. They take that little lighting control panel, they take out the North American one, and they put in the European one. And the interesting one about the Peony one is that it's got another dial on it, and that second dial is for aiming the height of your headlights. Because there's a system in the car where if you push down the back of the car, as your car tilts, it'll auto-compensate the height of the headlights. Or at least this one might let you do it on your own, and then the real car just doesn't have that system. But I know on the back A-arm of a BMW, there is a sensor that looks at the tilt of the car. And in my station wagon, it looks at the tilt of the car and it corrects it by inflating airbags in the back. But that part of that whole system in the cars, in order to keep your car from, your xenon super duper fuck you headlights from burning the retina of literally every organism in front of you, they actually adjust the height of the bulbs live, just in case you have a body in the trunk and you need it to not blind the cops. That system exists. A friend of mine put in the system where you can take over that height. I don't know why. Everything he does to his car is probably extra legal, but yeah, anyway. I have that control panel, the old one, and so I've got the old one without that height adjust, but it does have the interior light knob on it, the interior crocodile alligator. So I can control, using this knob, the level of interior lighting, and it would be very fun to be able to have that in the sim setup, because that panel itself is also backlit. So if I can have a bunch of these Lin devices listening in, I can have them look at that address and then respond to lighting commands. This is a totally extra thing that we're doing just because it's getting a little late and I don't want to totally jump into the project again yet. I think we're working on this tomorrow, so. Yeah, and you can haul moonshine without letting the police know. Okay, let's see. So do we have anything that has anything to do with the addresses on this? AIALM. The ALAME. The Alamarain is designed to control one remote RGB device resonating in a LIN protocol bus. All right, so far so good. Multicolor mixing, color intensity constant, LIN 2.0. Product functional overview. Interior ambient light module. Blah, blah, blah. Give me the information that I need. No more, no less. That's the hardware. The hardware, I don't care. RX and TX, and then you got the RGB. You got the R's and the G's and the B's, all right? Network interface. Compatible network, voltage regulator, 5-volt DC, Zener, blah, 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 blah. Okay, this is all the hardware stuff. We're looking for a little bit more than just the hardware. Hello. For detailed information, refer to the microchip application note AN1074. Software PWJ. Oh, that's right. Never mind. Hold on. Software module, command message frame. This is what we're looking for, the command message frame. Do we need these files? Basic modules of the software. Select the processor. Define zone. Register. Okay, so this might be the form that it takes, but this might not. We might need to look around this. I'm not control F'ing it because I'm trying to like ease us into this, and I'm also feeling lightheaded. So I'm trying to ease into the information that we're looking for, because I don't understand. I fucking don't understand engineers, man. I really don't. These fucking people, like, so if you talk to them and they're impatient, they'll go, why don't you just search directly for the information that you need? It's right there. Look at where it is. It's right here. What's wrong with you? Why are you wasting your time? And then if you do that and you don't understand a small facet of it, they go, why don't you read the whole data sheet? You're supposed to read the whole data sheet. What's wrong with you? It's never in between. It's always get the information immediately, or you should have read the whole thing. I've dealt with both, and they're both pricks. All right, so firmware response to the following LIN identifiers. Because yeah, we've got what is this? The overview of LIN. Optimized for a baud rate. I don't care about that. Firmware response to the following LIN identifiers: a command frame and then a status request frame. Status request, huh? So you could really micromanage this module. You could say, hey, I need you to go to this color. And I'd be, all right, I'm gonna fade to this color. And then you're like, hey, what's your status? I'm not there yet. What's your status? I'm still not there yet. ID byte provides functional ID bytes and register 3-2 to 37. What? Ah, where did we just go? No, that was a link. Take me back. Take me back to where I need to. Okay, wait, no, we're down here. That was a link. They tricked me. Okay, register 3.2 and 3.7 are tables. So, write the command format. I'm gonna like stop reading stuff from non-subs. just like not read it. Parity. Bit 67 bit ID number. Is this the ID number that they're using? 100011, huh? Which in our case would be flipped around, so 110001. Hold on, wait a minute. So what number is that? Because we could just throw that out and see if anything happens with it. So what would that look like? So for us, this would look like light CTRL, light control address, and let's see. So that's not it. I'm just going to XX that. Oh no, maybe we'll FF it for now. So FF it, and then over here, FF it. We are 100011. Luckily, nobody collides with that. So that would be that. So is that 36? That's 35? That's 35, right? Ah! I think so. I'm probably wrong. 33 is 1, 34, 35. Yeah, I'm right. Okay. And then that would be backwards, so it'd be that, and then if we are to calculate the parity, I don't have to do that. It's right here. So 0 and 1. Calculating the parity is a bunch of XOR gates. Wait, was that right? Did I put the wrong one in there? No, that's correct. And then from microchip datasheet. I won't put a link in there yet. Well, maybe I should, just to keep track of it in case the power goes out or something. That's a long comment line, but whatever. Well, it's not 34, is it? This is 32. 33 is 1. 34 is 1, 0. And then 1, 1. Wait. 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1. Yeah. I think you're wrong. People just put whatever they... check your work over, chat. Yeah, it's 35. Check your work, chat. Wait, this is... whoa, deja vu. Hold on, wait a minute. Deja vu. I feel like I was trying to come up with that number, and chat did the same thing to me like years ago, where somebody just put a number out there, and it was like almost correct, but not. And I had to be like, whoa, wait a minute, what? Yeah, no, I did this in my, it's fine. Oh, man, you guys are gonna send me down a path. Yeah, 35 according to the microchip datasheet, but I'm not sure if that's a manufacturer accepted thing. There are only so many addresses in LinBus. You can see by the numbering schemes that we're using, we only have so many numbers, and they're partitioned out to different functions. So I don't know if that's, you know, as defined in the Lin specification, ambient light ID 0x23. So technically 0x23. And I guess, oh wait, did I mess this? I messed up my, oh, I shouldn't have, wait a minute. Oh no, screwed it up. Hold on. I wrote all my comments on the wrong one. Nah. Why didn't chat correct me on that? Oh my god, how would I possibly ever work ahead and get stuff done if chat didn't correct absolutely everything that I do? Yeah, anyway, no, that's correct. And I'm still FFing this. I guess it's 0x23. I don't know if that's correct. I mean, we can turn this back into, I can turn this back into that's a 1-1, so I don't think it is. We have that open already. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Which window is it? There we go. 8B? Oh, wait, I left the wall in there. C5, yeah, it's not. According to the way that I program this, it's not translatable, but... yeah, parity bit. Parody. Oh, did I replace the parity bit? 1-0 versus 0-1. I need to like relearn how to do this every time I start with this stuff. But I'm taking this address and I don't know if it's the right one, so. Yeah, I mix camel case and snake case all the time. This is an entertainment show. Buckle up if that's what's triggering you about my coding. Buckle up. I get all these comments about my coding. Like, I get a lot of comments about my coding, and I don't particularly think it's bad. I just think coders are insufferable. I don't know. You guys can take a look at my GitHub if you want and try to interpret what I'm doing in a lot of my programs. But I code as though I had learned microcontrollers, and I try to keep things compact and succinct. and I try to pare down all the functionality of what a processor is sort of tasked to do. So, God. Yeah, I've had people come in and be like, "Don't worry, buddy. I got this for you, man. I got this. Don't you worry about nothing. I'm here. I'm here, and I know how to program stuff, oh bother. Don't you worry. I'm gonna do a code review for you. You just hang tight. I'm gonna grab the GitHub, and I'll do a pull request, and I'll improve all your code. You don't gotta worry about nothing." And it's like, who the fuck asked? Who asked? I didn't ask. It's wild. Hey, you should actually be doing this in your code. And then they'll send me something that's like ridiculous, right? Or, and this is the second example, they'll come in here and they'll start sending me code that's like 10th level microcontroller programming, where nothing is human readable at all. And it's using like, it's practically like trying to read regex without knowing what it is, right? But somehow their math works out because of the way bitmath works. We don't do that here. I try to keep it real, and I try to keep it on your level, and I try to use the tools that you're going to use when you start out with this stuff. I try to keep my code succinct, but I also try to keep it entertaining at the same time. So if you know a little bit of programming and you watch this show, I hope your blood pressure doesn't go up, but maybe you need to learn to roll with it. All right? That's how we do here. So there's just all kinds of weird personalities. It's very odd. Sometimes it's delightful, but other times it just lowers my life expectancy. Anyway, so what we're doing is we're doing a little bit of what do we even call this? Research. I guess this is just regular research. I'm like, hacking? Is this hacking? Is this social engineering? What is this? It's just research. We're just doing research. We're trying to figure out what the addresses could possibly be that would trigger the backlight functionality of my steering wheel. This would be fun. We found one address, but we don't know if this is right. We're looking for a command message frame. So ambient light ID 0x23. Which one of these actually works out into being 23 though? 0x1f is the same as number. Oh God. Yeah, exactly. That's the kind of thing. Hey, thank you for following. Oh, and that blockchain, you sent 500 bits. Thank you. I'm sorry if I miss stuff and you guys are insulted. Please just get in contact with me. Okay. Back to our binary interpreting thing. Does it work? No. I gotta get rid of the white space. Boop. Boop. I'm not gonna calculate these or do anything like that. A3, so that's not right. There's always a programming guru or a startup dude that has an idea. Sometimes, no, they tend to space themselves out a little bit. They tend to space themselves out a little bit, but every now and then we get somebody who's trying to start a company or get their app programmed. Yeah, it's kind of a trip. So what is that? Hold on. We're taking this number. See, the way my numbers are like all topsy-turvy, right? And I forget whether or not these are in order or if they're backwards. Everything on one line, like a compiler. Yeah. Yeah. So 35 is apparently lighting control. According to that data sheet, we're going to grab whatever other addresses we've got available to us. I guess the best way to do that is just test it yourself, right? Microcontrollers are cheap to program. You know, you just throw some shit up on there and make it do the calculation, make it serial printed back out on the other end. And then you compare it against itself. You got to be a scientist. Don't do that. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Putting up a wall, putting up a boundary there. If you want me to read chat, don't do that. One of the primary facets of this channel is fucking up. And when I fuck up, without you guys being toxic about, he doesn't know, when I screw up and the compiler tells me that I've done wrong, that's good, because then you guys get to see that, and the people in here who aren't at your level of taking a microscope to the monitor and looking at the code, they can see how to troubleshoot their code. Yeah, man, that'll get me prickly, is the he doesn't know thing. Dim and ramp, this is a little bit more complicated than I think 2000 and whatever Mercedes probably implemented, but that's what our packet might be able to look like. I may need to read this on my own, to be honest. Reading this for the first time with you guys here is tough. And this thing has an entire section for RGB, which is not, I don't think Mercedes is doing this. I would want to assume that they have just a universal lighting thing. But then again, if you're in a really fancy car, they might implement lighting zones. I don't think they do, though. What do you guys think? I mean, if we're in an S-Class, S-Class is a pretty hoity-toity car. I might have to figure out what model year it is and look at the actual manual for the car and figure out whether or not there are very specific things about lighting control. Like, for instance, if the steering wheel turns on, like the steering wheel backlight turns on when you open the door, that would tell me that there are lighting zones. The new ones have RGB, I would assume so. But like, we're talking about one that has all the LEDs that we saw in there are orange. So there's one color and you get to choose, and it's orange. We have orange, which is awesome. I can't wait to see it if we ever get there. But we're talking about a Mercedes, though. Mercedes will go the extra mile. That's the thing. They'll go at like 2 extra miles, or whatever the kilometer equivalent of a mile is, rounded to a higher number. Yeah, so 2 kilometers. They'll go 2 kilometers. The extra 2 kilometers. Oh, you mean the HVAC zone stuff is more complicated. So I don't know if I can send it, these frames and get it to actually, but then again, this is locked. This is locked to a frame address. That's an important thing. This is locked to an address. Let's see what the other datasheet says, and if it has the same address, then we know that lighting is controlled by that register, and we can access it, and we can just fuck around with it until, because we know one of the things that the LIN-bus protocol references is that you can get the controller into some kind of a programming mode. That scares the crap out of me. I don't want to accidentally reprogram something or set a setting for something that I can't unset, or any of another 500,000 nonchalant things that I could accidentally put this software into. I think there's way more complexity to actual reprogramming of a device. It's getting dark out. It's been raining all day. It's been like pouring. Good rainy day project, though. Sitting here and poking at registers keeps me from poking at things that'll get me like kicked out of the mall. Parity as identified. What they mean by the parity, by the way, is that they take the 1s and 0s of the address and they XOR it together. So position 0, 1, 2, 4, 0, 1, 2, and they skip 1 and they go to 4. Those are XORed together. So that sort of logic gate thing, XOR that together and you get that one parity bit. Then you take 1, 3, 4, so 1, so skip 1, 3, 4, 5, you XOR those, and the opposite of whatever you get becomes that other parity bit. And that's just like a little checksum-ish kind of thing that'll help you figure out whether or not you've properly received the address. And then on top of that, you do a checksum for the entire packet, and that'll tell you if your packet came through all right. Pretty crazy. We already did that. That's exactly what I just described. We've brute forced it before, but I don't know what kind of stuff exists on the addressing of the LIN bus, and so I don't want to accidentally put something into a program mode. It would be absolutely psychotically annoying if we accidentally brick this thing. But we figured out what address it responds to, because that's easy enough. You call all the addresses you can and just don't give them any data. You just put a timing between the calls, and I think we left it overnight, and then we got a response. We made a whole program that did that. It was a brute force program. It worked in a different way than our implementation of the LIN bus because we didn't know if it would make sense to make an entire implementation of this protocol before we knew whether or not we could communicate with the steering wheel. So I did it in a very simplistic way. We got a response. I got it the next morning. I took a look at it. Then we implemented a full LIN bus protocol. We were able to get the steering wheel to respond to us regularly and interpret button presses and stuff. That's how we went about this. I know what I'm doing. So anyway, from the microchip data thingy. So that's a status request frame that we're not worried about. But that's interesting. I guess you can make sure that your fades and stuff are done before you start doing anything else. The protocol handler. Okay, we don't need to know about anything like that. Huh, this would be a... Man, when I was programming, I probably should have read this. Okay, so we know how to give it a command according to microchip. So that's one. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get the same kind of stuff out of the serial TX and RX from the wheel. Hopefully we can relive some of those fun reverse engineering things. 'Cause that was one of those things where I was kind of fighting an uphill battle the whole time. And I think most of chat didn't believe I was good at what I was doing, and I didn't know what I was doing until finally it worked. It's tough because you don't know if you're being stubborn versus chat is well placed or not, and people can get mad. But it's my stream, so I hate to take that attitude, but still. So, okay, anyway, we've got one address, and this is for that specific device. Now, we have a second data point here that Pyro luckily found. So this is an on semiconductor automotive LIN RGB driver, right? I can hear you. I'm sitting right here. So this is similar. It has a TX and an RX. These things have a TX and an RX because you can put that. Actually, no, this one takes LIN directly in. Oh, never mind. It implements all the Maxim chip stuff in it. So voltage regulator and stuff like that, I guess. What's VN? I should get some of these chips, by the way, because we could just throw them into the shifter. Make all kinds of cool stuff. Dedicated multicolor LED RGB driver LIN interface for parametric programming of LED color intensity. It's got parameters. It's parametric. I used a big word. Give me a degree. Give me a degree. Calibration. Oh, it's got calibration on it. I think On Semiconductor might have learned from some of the LED strip kind of things. $5. Okay, never mind. OTP programmable. Like what a AT tiny. What is? Hold on. My brain's all over the place right now. A1085. Damn it! Ah! Microcontrollers. Atmel. Why would I want active? Packaging is bulk only? Wait a minute. Really? Bulk only. That's all that's available? 5 remaining. Oh, shortages. $1. Yeah. So you could have this thing do a couple transistors with some LEDs on it, or you could even put a NeoPixel on a board with one of these things, and it would cost you less than $5. Is Microchip the one that's gonna? I thought it was. Was there a buyout that I don't know of? Or are you just trying to pilot the streamer? Clear those. Oh, there isn't anything. Oh no, 20 remaining. Yeah, so those are okay. So it's apparently Microchip. I thought it was. Oh yeah, okay. I'm kind of remembering that now. That Microchip bought Atmel. That's annoying. That's annoying. Yeah, $1 to $2. I mean, $1.60, maybe $2. You're kind of pushing it though with the $5. Like it's comparable, but in the case of this thing, you could implement all that stuff on the micro. I don't know, and it looks like that. Big picture. All right, bop. I just had to see, like, this is a $5 micro. This $5 part. It's not terribly useful. It's a very specific ASIC. Okay, so LIN-bus integrated, blah blah blah, etc. etc. It's got a temperature sensor in it. I don't know why I need that. Now I do. Yes, you plug it into LEDs. All right, I get it. You put some diodes on it to make sure that your car doesn't blow it up. Yeah, was there any fallout from like AVR freaks or anything? Yeah, this is like the consolidation of the internet. Like bad thing. When we have 3 like major manufacturers of semiconductors, like I get worried. I get worried. I gotta buy this IC from Reddit, Facebook, or Google. Fuck. Control F method. Microchip put out a whole studio and it works. Physical node of the address of a slave can be programmed in. That's for the node. Automotive 3-channel LED driver suitable for use in a broad range, although designed RGB LED. Use can be drive 3 independent LEDs. Each LED is driven by a constant current source. That's good. That's how you drive LEDs. Precise color settings can be achieved using independent current modulators. Base frequencies of 122 or 244. So if you put it on your taillights, you want to use the lowest frequency possible so that when people move their eyes in the dark and they're looking at your taillights, it looks like 50,000 taillights. There's a big trail of dots. And then when you bring it up in your Engineering 101 class, they tell you you're crazy because apparently engineers are blind to flashing lights. We had a professor that was holding up an LED for us, and he says, now, can you see this flashing? And me and my buddy were like, no. And he's like, no, you can't see it flashing. We're like, sorry, can you see it flashing? We're like, yes. And he's like, no, you can't see it flashing. We're like, yes, we can. Because if you move your eyes at all, where you would see a blurry LED if it was a solid illumination, which is really what it should be, or if it was at a high enough frequency, instead you see a trail of dots. And there are still, I think they're infinity taillights, the early ones, the early LED taillights are just abhorrent. They're terrible to look at. It's like flashing lights on the road. I don't know. I feel like I'm the only person that is annoyed by this. The programmability of the NCV 7430 is achieved via a LIN-bus interface. No shit, buddy. We know. Anyway, the device is operated in slave mode and accepts lighting instruction commands from a bus master. Yeah, master and slave is a fairly antiquated way of referring to the different things. Engineers generally seem to be pretty fine with it. Some people have decided to move on. We decided to pivot, and we just call it dom and sub. So that's where we are with that whole issue. But anyway, let's see how this thing works. So address bits 80x, huh? Physical node address of a slave can be programmed in OTP over the planet, over the P, over the what the hell does that even mean? Address bits 80x multi-node operation accepts broadcast commands. The broadcast command and 4 additional group ID bits programming it. Damn, this thing is fucking complicated. I thought Lin was supposed to be simple. It seems like I don't exactly understand what they're trying to say here. So you can give it its own on the phone. I'm OTP, man. You send an overall lighting address command. You give it its node ID or a broadcast command. If it gets a broadcast command, does it know to tell everybody down its line? I don't know. I don't know what the hell this thing is. This command, 4 additional group ID bits per programming of up to 16 different slave clusters can be done. This approach, each sub belongs to a specific cluster. You got subgroups. It's a weird one. All right, power up current source, don't care. LED modulation sources, we don't care. This is all the calculation for the, oh God. Okay, logarithmic dimming, LED update module. Yikes. This is some wild shit going on here. And not an easy to read data sheet. On Semi, what are you doing, man? Error states, reporting, thermal control bit. Oh, lordy. Okay. That's the memory structure. We don't care. That's like a lot of distracting stuff. Yeah, it looks like this thing is configurable. Overwrite protection. Is that OTP? No, that's OTP is, it's just this whole memory. Man, what does that stand for? Okay, where's our calibration, default, error, reserved, lock bit? What is the address? See, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to confirm with this data sheet for a separate device that, I'm trying to confirm that the address of this thing is the same as the other one, and then maybe we have a standardization, but I don't think that's the case. Yeah, here's all the stuff, I think. Did I blast by it? Registers and flags. Register, color value, calibration, fading time, ambient light, default state, fading slope. Wait, ambient light, really? Oh, that's cool. Weird. Commands off, thermal control, TWAPARG, TW program. Oh my god. So what the hell? What is the, well, I guess you can set whatever address you want, huh? That, and I'm just going through this too quickly to find the information. This is a weird data sheet. Do we have like an implementation that I can run off of here? Hello. These messages can address one or more nodes at the same time. Okay. Physical address of the circuit. The circuit must be provided with a node address in order to discriminate the circuit from the other one's on the Lin bus. Jesus. How much of your bus do you need to take up with lighting? Do you need your own separate Lin lighting bus? Maybe. It just seems like this should sit on the same, like, bus as everybody else. But, like, if you're going to need to send 10,000 packets in order to get this thing to control your lights at all, it just seems like a lot of data to be running around. Eight-bit identifier followed by 2468. Checks up for Lin, blah, blah, blah. Program, configure, etc. Identifier byte. That's what I'm interested in. Here they're giving you logic diagrams of how to do the parity. Turn the specific action with the data field ID. Well, they're using 3C. Why are they using 3C? One can, for example, use the reserved identifier 0x3C and take advantage of the 8-byte data field to provide a physical address, a command, and needed parameters for the action, as illustrated in the example below. I'm afraid that if it gets that complicated with Mercedes, if they had fade-ins, fade-outs, and different stuff like that, I'm wondering if our standard address is going to have like a weird packet behind it. Like, we can't exactly give it a command packet because it's going to be convoluted. I don't know. Table 13 and below is the commands of their hex value packets. Okay, I'll take a look. Yeah, it's but the problem with something like a physical LED that's flashing at a certain rate is that it's not dictated by a frame rate, like an overall frame rate. It can move back and forth. I mean, it's the same principle behind like one of those ribbon, super duper high speed ribbon cameras that they photograph like nuclear explosions with, is that if you have something moving really super duper fast, you're not limited to that frame rate in the real world, right? And so your eye interpreting this LED moving horizontally will see a LED on, LED off, LED on, LED off, and it'll become a blinking line instead of a smooth thing. And then if it holds still, it'll look okay. It'll look like a dimmed LED light. But if you do that blinking at a higher rate, then it'll fool you better. And so you can move your head around and not see flashing lights. Like, actually, I think the studio lights are current controlled. Yeah, they're current controlled. So they? I think so. I think the lights that I have they're not flashing. So maybe they are. I don't know. I don't know anything anymore. What was the table again? It was 13. So here, this one. Yeah, get full status. What? You mean this one? 14? So the only like ID that we've been given for like LIN bus stuff is 3C, it seems. If that's even something that we can trust. I'm just wondering if they read into this more than we did, but I don't think they did. Well, here's this one. So app command 80. I think they're using unique ones on this. 11100. So if it was 111100, I think I have that already in here. No, I don't. So if it was here, I'll just comment one out. And then that one was oh wait, no, I'm on the wrong line. I'm always on the wrong line. That's my secret. Okay, so byte light addy, blah 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 blah, and then this was over here in the data sheet, and that was I don't know why we flipped them around. I just did my 0 first, so doot 4 ones doot. I don't know why I write them like this. And then 00. And that becomes doot, which we already have. It's 28. No, it's not 28. It's way higher than that. So that's the one that they're using for that one, which is not 33. Would be, which one is that one? Oh God, it's so much higher than 33. I don't know how to add these together. I'm just gonna put it into the calculator. See what number it spits out at me. I keep hearing a noise that sounds kind of like the 3D printer's going, but I know it's not because I'm not printing anything right now. I think I'm done 3D printing for a little while. Is that really 3C? I don't know. So that's the other one. So they went from 35 to 3C. It's 60? How am I messing this up so much? Oh, yeah, well, it's not double that, but it is significantly higher. No, maybe it is. Whatever. I don't know. I don't know how to do math right now, guys. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's somewhere up there. Or no, wait a minute. It's like this, but then with 0, 0. No, I don't remember. I'm so dumb right now, guys. I need to figure out, there's that again. I need to figure out, so the 33 or 3C or 60. 60 if you want decimal. Oh no, I want hex. Yeah. We're doing hex. Okay, so I was right. Hey, the questioning yourself while on stream and doing something that you vaguely are familiar with but haven't had a moment to kind of catch up with. That's tough. It's tough stuff. But I don't think we can hit this with the 3-3 and give it some kind of a command afterwards and expect this thing to work. Like, we can't really expect it to do stuff. I'm gonna have to put a little bit more, you know, a little bit of work into this, because yeah, I don't think we're gonna be able to just throw packets at this thing and interpret them properly. Now, the microchip datasheet was real confident in having this specific address for their device. Now, that just could be the way that they program their ASIC, or they decided to implement their system. Mercedes could be doing something completely different, because we didn't see a bespoke lighting control on that steering wheel. We have the microcontroller. We have the microcontroller, which controls the lighting on its own, and I forget whether it was a bus or not. Let's take a look at the circuit board. I think it's in the Merc Wheel folder. So, project, stream, Merc Wheel, PCB. Yeah, here we go. An XCF drawing, because I was going to try to reverse engineer it. So we got 2 chips on here. We got 2 chips, and some of these guys go out to external devices. This is a Freescale semiconductor microcontroller, and then over here we have an Atmel, I want to say microcontroller. LIN bus is coming in through here. I got a big diode in the way. I believe maybe this is ATA 6830. Let's see what that is, just so I can remind myself. So it looks like it is a microcontroller. Or not. The hell? Stepper motor driver? What the hell? Check Mauser Australia. Ignition controller? What? Probably the wrong one then. 6830 it looks like, but it might be a different part number. But anyway, I think this is a LIN bus chip, if not something similar. And then the Freescale Semi is the microcontroller. So this thing gets the LIN bus and then it turns it into a TX and an RX, and then it goes over to the Freescale guy. And then all of your external inputs are coming in through these 2. Those are the shifters. These are the steering wheel shifters, that one and that one. And then this 10-pin connector goes out to the LEDs and all the switches and buttons. And so I think all of our LEDs are probably on this 560 ohm precision resistor right here. Yeah, that makes sense. 560 ohms for orange LEDs, because you don't want to blast out the eyes of the person that's driving the car. You don't put it on like a 330. You put it a little higher than that, 560 ohms, and then you're not blowing up everyone's eyes. I mean, this one is a 4.7K, but I have a feeling that this one's the LEDs. There's probably another one for the other side of it. No, okay, that's a 560. Oh, maybe that has to do with the button then. Maybe that has to do with the steering wheel button. I'm probably wrong about that. Anyway, that's the back end of the thing. And by the way, this is for the horn button. So press that when bonk. On the other side of that PCB, up, one away, up, up, up. The other side of the PCB is just blank. It just sits up against the back of the steering wheel. So it's a one-sided deal. They didn't even bother to solder it on this side. That's how neglected this side is. They're not even going to solder that other side. Don't even worry about it. It was deemed unnecessary. So yeah, this is all the stuff. We want to control that lighting. I have absolutely no idea what it's going to speak. I mean, like, we know the steering wheel's address, right? But it's hard to interpolate from there. This is the only known packet that we have in this entire system. So we hit it with 2.8, and then it gives us a bunch of data back. And we know that on the bus, it looks like 29, 30, 31, and 32 actually have data behind them because things are responding to those addresses, but the backlighting doesn't change at all. So anyway, it's like 6 o'clock. I've been feeling lightheaded for this entire thing. I want to just bring you guys up to speed with what I'm looking at. We have something to test. We'll try this tomorrow. I promise. We'll try it tomorrow, and I'll try to read up and see if I can find any information furthering this LINBUS stuff on the internet. Blockchain, thank you so much for the 3 months. I appreciate that. Maybe someday they'll figure out how to properly implement you in the real world. That isn't funny money. Strange Parts is on. I'm not gonna raid today. I'm too tired to do. I'm not gonna raid today. I don't need to make excuses. I got the right batteries in the mail. They're gonna come and get drowned, and then yeah, we'll do all this stuff tomorrow. We'll start looking at signals running around our different devices. I'm gonna remind myself how to program a Digispark, and we'll get all of my stuff running on the system. All right, it'll be a little hardware, a little software. We'll have fun with it. It'll be Friday. Hopefully, I'll sleep. Generally, I consider that to be a minimum requirement of streaming. So yeah, I will. You guys, if you want to check out like one of the cooler YouTube channels, who's dedicated a little bit to streaming now. It was so good. Now it's ransoms. Yeah, but you got the name Blockchain on Twitch. That's pretty cool. You could run like a crypto exchange stream. You could put on your hat backwards and all right, bros. Anyway, it's good. It's good IP, you know. If you guys want to check out like one of the cooler YouTube-y kind of hardware channels, this guy built his own phone in Shenzhen and recently recovered from like a brain injury. But check out Strange Parts on Twitch. He's really cool. Other than that endorsement, I'm not gonna raid because I don't feel like sticking around. I'm gonna close stream and then I'm going to vanish from this mortal coil, at least until I log into Discord. So if you want to catch me, you can catch me on Discord between streams. Generally, my Twitter is for like a once in a blue moon update on like a little project or a picture that I want to put up. Or if for some reason Discord doesn't work on the phone, but I'll generally be on Discord. So I'll catch you guys over there, and I'll see you tomorrow if not. Yeah, all right. I'll catch you guys later. Have a good one. I'm going to give that a second. I got to give it a second. I got to give delay a chance to catch up because I'll stop myself mid-sentence otherwise.